School of Communication Studies at the Punjab University, Chandigarh. And she has been teaching at Punjab University for the last 15 years. Dr. Archana R. Singh has been gold medalist throughout all her career and continues her academic endeavors as part of her career, having to her credit a book, 21 national and international publications, and 47 presentations. Presently, she is the National Fellow of Indian Council of Social Science Research and is studying the new media. She is a multifaceted personality, having served as a warden of a girls' hostel at Punjab University for 5 years. Also, cultural coordinator for 2 years. She is the colloquium coordinator for Punjab University, organizing one high-profile talk every month. She has been associated with the production of 8 documentaries of Punjab University prepared by the university and has given her voice over these documentaries. Under her leadership, the School of Communication Studies won its first award known as Chanakya Award for Mass Communication Education in 11 and 12 and Indies Award for Leadership in Journalism Education in 2012 and 13. The Rotary Club of Chandigarh has honored Dr. Archana R. Singh with Hamari Beti Award for her efforts towards women empowerment through the use of radio. And she was also awarded in 2015 by CII, that's Confederation of Indian Industries, for Women of Action Award. She worked actively to promote the culture of research in her subject of mass communication. She is a member of the advisory board of the World Center for Academic Excellence and Research, advisory board of the Global Media Journal, Indian edition, and member of the editorial board of Journal of Communication, among others. She is a regular invitee of All India Radio and conducts workshop on pronunciation and articulation for the newsreaders and anchors. And I couldn't have found a better person to talk to you on articulation and pronunciation, who is training the people who are in the business of oral communication. I mean the radio jockeys. She conducts workshop even for the radio jockeys. And now I request Dr. Archana R. Singh ji kindly engage her session on articulation and pronunciation.
Thank you very much, sir. Good morning, everybody. Yes. Can you hear me? Can the centers hear me? Let's go to one of the centers.
Yeah, can we go to NIET Greater Noida? Vipin ji, आपको हमारी आवाज आ रही है?
Yes.
Okay.
I can, yeah.
Okay. So I assume that the center will also be able to hear us because from our side it means transmission is okay.
The first question I asked you was, can you hear me? Because that's the basic premise, for any communication to begin, you have to be heard first of all. So the volume has to be proper, and in our case, the transmission has to be proper so that we can hear each other. That's very important. And now that you can hear, I will start speaking. And that's the session about speaking eloquently, articulation and pronunciation. If you are not being heard, if for some reason you are not being heard, then I can imagine three main causes for it. One would be that you are not speaking loudly enough, that your volume is low and you cannot hear. Second could be that you are not articulate enough. That means you are not able to put your words together to form comprehensible sentences. And third could be that you are not pronouncing your words well, and so audience is not interested in what you are saying, and they stop hearing what you are saying. They stop listening to you. They start doing other things. All of us are teachers, and all of us have faced this situation in our classroom. That sometimes the class is very happy to hear what we are saying, and so many times the class is disturbed. So one of these could be the reasons. Now, if I'm not loud enough, then that can be corrected very easily by maybe raising my voice a little bit or closing the distance between me and my audience or using a mic. So it's not so difficult to take care of that. But the other two things, articulation and pronunciation, if they are leading to lack of listenership, then we really have to take care of that and concentrate on how we speak. Let us define both the terms. Pronunciation, the act or result of producing the sounds of speech, including articulation, stress, and intonation, often with reference to some standard of correctness or acceptability. Some standard of correctness and acceptability would be that kind of pronunciation which is accepted by your immediate society, a place where you are living. Now, I want to stress here that this is not a class in phonetics. Okay, I will not be talking about the perfect pronunciation as it is pronounced in England. No, for communication to happen, your message should be understood rather than purity of pronunciation. What is important is that you are understood by your audience, and that is the aim of communication. That is all. It is not about how well you do your job. It is about how well people understand that you are doing your job. Okay, so communication is about two people here, the sender and the receiver. So we have to keep both in mind. When we keep both in mind, we talk about the immediate society, place where you are living, the class that you are teaching, the society with whom you interact. That is our audience, and we have to refer to that standard of correctness and acceptability within it. Okay? Articulation is the adjustment and movements of speech organs involved in producing a particular sound taken as a whole. When we talk about speech organs, it is your starting from your glottis to your lips, the entire area which is involved in production of sound has to be taken into consideration. So, how do we move them? How do we, how do each of our speech organs relate to each other? That would result in creating a sound or in pronunciation of a word. So, both these aspects are interrelated, but articulation is more about use of speech organs. There is a difference between not being heard and not being understood. Not being heard is being inaudible, not being understood is being unintelligible. And many times people confuse the two. For instance, you are walking on the road and a foreigner comes and asks you for directions. So there is this maybe a Japanese person asking you how to go to sector 17. And so you want to give that person directions. He doesn't understand Hindi, Punjabi, English. You don't understand Japanese. Now in that case, when you start giving directions, there are two things you do. One is use lot of gestures. You see, you will be using lot of gestures, and at the same time, you start raising your voice, as if the person cannot hear you. That is why he cannot understand you. You see, so that is the confusion we have. Most times when people cannot understand us, we talk loudly. We start talking loudly. We do that to a class also. When they do not understand our lesson or our topic in one go, next time we speak louder, thinking that maybe now they will understand. So there is a difference between audibility and intelligibility. So we have to make an effort to be intelligible rather than just audible, and not confuse both these things. I'm looking at the speech communication process here to see the importance of all the elements that fall within the the speech communication process. The process begins with entity called the speaker, because communication begins there. When he starts to say something, the process will begin. So the second most important aspect is what he is saying, which is the message, okay? Whatever is being communicated. Channel, the means by which the message is communicated. How is the message being passed from the speaker to the receiver or the audience? Listener is on the other end of the process, who is receiving the communicated message, and the process of communication is not complete unless we have feedback. That means when the listener becomes the speaker. So you see, it's a circular process, starting with the speaker, ending with the listener, and then listener becomes the speaker because he starts to give a feedback. Now this feedback could be in any form. It could be in the form of a verbal communication, like saying yes, no, or answering the questions. Or it could be in the form of a non-verbal communication, such as nodding. That means it's a gesture to say that you have understood or you have heard. So it is also a feedback. But this process goes on endlessly, As conversation is going on, the process continuously goes on from the speaker to the listener, and through verbal, non-verbal feedback, it comes back and it goes on and on and on. And despite all this, we feel that this is a very efficient system. You've said this and you have received the message either through verbal or through non-verbal. So we suppose that it is very effective. But there is always some form of interference when messages being passed. We may be very articulate. We may be pronouncing very well. We may also be audible. We may also be talking about something which is interesting to our audience, yet there can be interference. Interference happens because the sender and the receiver are two different people. They are two different people coming from two different backgrounds, having gone through different forms of different types of different standards of education, belonging to different social strata, political strata, economic strata, or whatever. So they are all different entities. So whenever we communicate, we carry our individuality with us. And so when I say something and you hear something, we are both doing it from our own perspective, with the baggage of our own backgrounds. That is always with us, our backgrounds. And so that can form interference. So I'm going to talk about all the barriers that we face when we communicate a little later. Then there is the situation. Where is the communication happening? If it is an informal setting, we'll be happier communicating. We'll have a different style of communication. Now it's a formal setting, maybe it's a meeting, it's a seminar, it's a conference, and we have to speak. Our entire style of speaking changes. You see? So, and the ability to explain and ability to understand also goes through a lot of change depending upon different situations. So, situation also affects the communication that is happening. Let us look at this model, the sender-receiver model. It's called. Sender initiates a thought or feeling, encodes it into words. The word here is encode. Encode because the communicator, based on his past experiences and all those other things that I spoke about, he forms a message according to his level of understanding, which would also include his level of vocabulary. The words that he knows. He'll use those words and he'll form that sentence and translate it. The receiver then decodes the message. He decodes it according to his level of vocabulary and level of understanding and IQ, etc. And then he assigns thoughts and feelings to the response. You see, when we are communicating, it's not just the words. That I'm saying some words and you are listening to some words and we are understanding it. A message also has some emotional element, some human element, some some feeling that one wants to convey so many times. So the encoder may code it with one kind of feeling. The decoder may decode it from another kind of feeling. The receiver may decode it as he understands it. So if you say to the student, you are late again today, why did you get late? The student may hear it as, you are late again today, why did you get late? It's the same sentence. It's the same sentence, but the way it has been decoded is different from the way it was encoded. And this is even worse when it comes to writing. When we give a written message and we read a written message, we may assign thoughts and feelings as depending on our own state of mind, which may be different from the state of mind of the writer when he was writing it. That is why decoding and encoding are the words that have been used in this case. Okay, so he encodes and then he sends a message back, which is the feedback. Let us bust some myths about communication. We only communicate when we want to communicate. That's what we believe. We believe that when we don't want to communicate, we don't. Okay, that's what we assume. But the thing is, it is not true. We communicate even when we don't want to communicate. We communicate unintentionally. We communicate subconsciously. We communicate all the time. Words mean the same to both the speaker and the listener. Again, this is an assumption. They do not. It depends on each person's vocabulary, what the word means and how much he understands that particular word. We communicate chiefly with words. That's not true either. You've already had a session on non-verbal communication, so you do realize that it's not just the words. In fact, words form very, very little of what we want to communicate. It's mostly the non-verbal part, which is loud. Non-verbal communication is silent communication? Not at all. It is much louder than words because it says so many things without uttering a single word. We are now going to look at the barriers to effective communication. What are those aspects that create the interference or the barrier in communication? And do not let optimum communication happen. First one is misinterpretation. When we do not understand the message as it was intended, and we add our own interpretation to the message. Sometimes the interpretation can be unintentional because honestly this is what I understood, so this is what I think you mean. And sometimes it may be intentional. He must have said this. He did not mean it. This is what he meant. So when we start doing that, communication is over. Evaluation of sender. Believe it or not, all senders are evaluated all the time. So if we think that nobody is actually judging us, we are incorrect. People are judging us the moment we start to speak. The moment we enter the class, the students start to judge us. The moment we enter a seminar, all the other speakers start to judge us. Everybody is busy evaluating the sender. And we are too, When somebody is speaking, we spend half the time evaluating the person's accent, the person's style. We are looking at all those other things except the message. And so the message gets lost somewhere in that whole process of evaluation. So this is happening all the time, and it's a big barrier of communication. Those who understand communication would want to appear such that they pass the test of evaluation so that people start listening to their message. So if you dress in something totally different from how rest of the society is dressing, let's say, then people will spend more time in evaluating you than listening to the message. So that is why teachers are more or less conformist. Teachers more or less try to dress in more orthodox manner, so that it is accepted and their message is really concentrated upon. That is one of the reasons. Projection. When the speaker tries to project as somebody he or she is not. It could be trying to appear more intelligent than you are, trying to appear to be, more outgoing than you really are. So whatever your real personality you want to hide, but you want to project some other kind of personality, then as a speaker, you spend a lot of time holding on to your projection. And when you do that, you are not concentrating on encoding the message according to the reader's or the listener's interest. And so projection is a barrier. We find this projection happening when people speak in false accents. You must have all had students who come to the class with false accent. They have some kind of accent which they have acquired from watching television or something. And so they spend all their time trying to perfect the accent which they have acquired. And so they cannot really concentrate on the lesson or on their speech. This is one example I can immediately think of when it comes to projection. Stereotyping. This is on the other end. When the receiver is, or actually all of us have this stereotype. Stereotype of people, stereotype of groups, stereotype of communities we have in our mind, which is so fixed. The stereotype is so fixed that if somebody challenges that stereotype, we do not accept. We cannot accept because it's so fixed in our mind. Teachers are like this, police men are like this, politicians are like this, film actors are like this. We have set stereotypes. And so if somebody doesn't conform to that stereotype, we'll say, oh, this cannot be true. How can this person be like this? All policemen are like this. We have some kind of judgment in our mind, which has, because of our conditioning over the years, we have formed. These are layers and layers and layers of biases, which we form in our mind. These are called pictures in the head. Okay, and we want the whole world to conform to those pictures. In fact, we look at the world through those pictures. So when we see a policeman, we have a certain idea in the mind, and we decide, this is a policeman, he's going to be like this, whatever we have thought. Similarly, teachers, similarly, every group of people, individuals, people from different communities, different states, different regions, different castes, different professions, we have stereotypes. And so when we have stereotypes, we are always evaluating the sender. The two get related over here, the stereotype and the evaluation of sender. And so where is communication in all this? It is so biased according to what we think about people or imagine them to be. Okay? So stereotyping is a big barrier in effective communication. Arrogance and superiority. When we assume that we are more efficient, more knowledgeable, or in any way superior, or if you are arrogant about it as a speaker, then that shows in the way that you are speaking. And especially in classrooms, certainly everybody in that room will know that you know more than the students. I assume. So in that case, if you have that feeling about you, then it is going to show. So most of the time, speakers who are arrogant are shunned by the audience. So we have to be very careful about this. Also defensiveness. All the time justifying, all the time explaining our speech, our actions, it doesn't lead to a very powerful communication scenario. So defensiveness is also a barrier to effective communication. Then we come to inarticulateness, when you are not speaking very well. Hidden agendas, when you are speaking something else and thinking something else. If you have a plan up your sleeve, but you are not putting it forth straight away, but you're beating about the bush and saying something else, the audience or whoever is listening to you can certainly make out that there is a hidden agenda. They won't know what it is, because that's your secret. They won't know what it is, but they'll certainly know that there is something. There is an agenda here which is not being told. And I'm sure all of you have experienced this in your informal interactions. सोच कुछ रहा है, बोल कुछ रहा है. ये कुछ बोल रहा है कहना कुछ चाहता है. We have all had this kind of experience. So that is about hidden agenda. So when we are thinking like this about the person who is speaking, that means we are not concentrating on the message, but we are trying to find the hidden agenda behind the message. You know, because hidden agendas are not so hidden really. You can make out that there is one. Then status. When people of different status come together in a process of communication, there is always a kind of interference, a gap, you know. So speaking to a child would be different, speaking to your parent would be different, speaking to a class would be different, speaking to your boss would be different. So status affects communication. It should not, but it does. Environment, that is the situation. Emotions. When you are emotional, you cannot communicate. Because when you are emotional, all you communicate is that you are emotional. That is all you communicate. So if you are crying and speaking, then you communicate that you are sad. When you laugh and speak, you only communicate that you are happy and you are laughing. That's all. That's all the reader or the listener will understand. Oh, she is very happy. But he or she may not understand what you are trying to say because you're not articulate when you are emotional. So emotions are a barrier to communication. Differences in background, I already explained stereotypes and I already explained the pictures in the head, and that arise from differences in background. Poor timing, saying the wrong thing at the wrong time leads to bad communication. We have all experienced this, we have all gone through this. So you understand this. Personality conflicts. There are people you just will not like. There are people that that situation cannot be helped, you know. So you can only use your communication skills and be polite on the face of it. But if you do not like a person, you don't really like to interact much with them, and that nobody can help you with. So personality conflicts will remain because we are all different types of personalities. Since you've already done non-verbal communication, this will immediately make sense to you. Meta communication, which is implied message communicated along with the words. It can be intentional, it can be unintentional, it can be non-verbal also. This would also involve your intonation, the pitch, the volume, all these, the paralanguage part would also form meta communication, like the tone in which you have said something, etc. What are the causes of unintelligibility? Now that we understand the background about communication as such, why some communication is good and why some is not, and what are the barriers that we face when we are communicating. Now that we understand all that, we come to the part that helps us become better communicators, despite all the other barriers that are there. Those barriers are there, we understand that. But at least the articulation barrier, we try to take care, and we try to find out the causes for unintelligibility. Okay, why we are not being heard. People with poor articulation can sound throaty because their tongue is pulled too far back. It's a physical thing. Having your tongue pulled back into your mouth. This is a habit which becomes a part of your growing up years, that you never really let the tongue go. You know, the tongue is supposed to be the most mobile organ. It is supposed to move inside the mouth, and if it is not doing that, then certainly you are unable to speak well. I'm going to demonstrate that. I'm going to pull my tongue into my mouth, and I'm going to read the same sentence which I just read. Okay? People with poor articulation can sound throaty because their tongue is pulled too far back. That's what I've done. I have not let the tongue loose. I have not let it move forward, which it should when we are speaking. I've pulled it into my mouth and I've read the same sentence. And I'm sure you have heard people reading in this manner or speaking in this manner. So this is the first thing, most basic thing we have to see. Are we using our tongue properly? Okay? Are we using it properly? They may sound muffled because they don't move their tongue enough when they speak. Both problems affect our ability to be understood. So if I'm doing that, then my tongue is here, and certainly you cannot understand what I'm saying. So we have to first of all let the tongue loose. In Hindi we say Zaban lachili honi chahiye. Lachili, yeah, it should move easily. Articulation refers to the actual speech sounds like sa, tha, ra, as well as how the sounds are put together to produce syllables, words, and sentences. Make sure your tongue is positioned towards the front of your mouth and that you use your tongue to clearly enunciate your words. It should be towards the front of your mouth, not towards the back of the mouth. So, first thing when you start to speak, make sure that the tongue is towards the front of the mouth and then use that tongue to articulate. Articulation is a physical and muscular activity. It's a very physical activity, just as all the other exercises like walking, running. Similarly, speaking is also an exercise that involves movements of so many body parts. So it is a physical and muscular activity. Ability to move fluidly and adroitly from one position to another is extremely important for clarity and accuracy. Ability of the tongue to quickly turn, to the next word, to the next syllable, pronouncing the next letter, that would, decide whether we are able to articulate words properly or not. You see, when you start learning a new language, what you say in Hindi, Zaban nahi palat. Okay, so if you are a Hindi speaker and if I ask you to learn Tamil, you'll say Zaban hi nahi palatti. Zaban nahi palatti, that means the tongue does not recognize those sounds and is unable to move fluidly from one sound to the next. And that is why we stop. You'll experience this when you have sound clusters which are unfamiliar to you. Or even if they are familiar, sometimes they are difficult to pronounce. For instance, if you have sa and sh placed next to each other. So if you have a word ending with sh and you have the next word starting with s. So you have problem in pronouncing that. So tongue does not quickly move. That's what happens. We have to do something about it. Persons will vary their articulatory positions under different emotional states and social situations. I already told you that. So improving articulation. I'm looking at 3 conditions here. First of all, ask yourself. It has to begin with you. It has to begin with what you understand and how you want to improve. So ask this question. Is my articulation up to the standard of my own expectations? If you believe that you speak perfectly, if you believe that your pronunciation is all right, then certainly you don't need any of this, any talk about articulation, etc. So, and you are the best judge of your speech. You know your speech more than anybody else. So recognize, do you need it? Is it up to your standard? Do you want to keep on speaking like this all your life? Or is there some aspect that you would like to change? So ask yourself that question. Are there any sounds or sound combinations that need improvement? Once you answered the first question, that no, I would like to improve some aspects of my articulation, then concentrate on which part. Is there one particular sound that I like to improve? Or are there sound combinations that need improvement? Check that out. Three conditions must be fulfilled to articulate clearly. Sound must be accurately formed. Sound must be sufficiently supported by breath. Sound must be completely finished, not left midway. So if you find that you are unable to do any of these three things, then perhaps you need to concentrate on certain sounds. How to be more articulate then? You can see the first point, watch yourself in the mirror. Listen to yourself. Look at yourself speaking. Are you using your speech organs properly? Do you open your mouth wide enough? Do you use your tongue properly? Look at you. Have you ever heard yourself speaking? My first question would be that. Not from inside. When I'm talking, I feel maybe I'm speaking the best. But when I listen to myself from the outside, as other people would be listening to me, I realize the faults in my pronunciation. I realize the problems in my speech. So how do you do that? You record yourself. You speak a paragraph and you record it. And then listen to it. And you'll know where you are going wrong. And this is how people listen to you. You'll be shocked. You'll be shocked to listen to yourself. Practice for short periods, several times a day. Of course, you have to be relaxed and breathe deeply. Breathing is very important. Speaking is breathing. And speaking well involves a proper breathing exercise. So if you are not breathing properly, if you don't know the pattern of breathing, then you don't know your right pauses. You don't know the use of commas and full stops in speech. You don't know how to do that. So breathe deeply. Concentrate on vocal efficiency. You've never really thought about your voice. Why? Because you thought that I'm not a singer. Why should I think about my voice? But see, speakers survive on their voice, on the quality of their voice. So we have to concentrate on our vocal efficiency. If we don't do that, then we are not good speakers ultimately. So concentrate on yourself. Listen to your voice and look at the vocal efficiency of your voice. Read aloud slowly. This is one of the things that will help you pronounce well and be articulate also. When we were children, we used to have reading sessions in the classroom, if you recall. The teacher used to make us read a paragraph. One by one, we would read a paragraph. And we thought maybe the teacher is too lazy to read and that's why we are being made to read. But the real reason is that we were being made to read so that when we speak aloud, we have to pronounce. We have to pronounce the words when we speak aloud. And when we pronounce, then we know the correct pronunciation. Or we don't know the pronunciation. So somebody can tell us that. Now we have started reading in our mind. So be honest with yourself. Even if you are reading a novel and there is a difficult word, you generally skip it. You just skip that word. Sometimes you skip paragraphs altogether if they are too difficult. Be honest. Okay, on the face of it, we'll say, nahi, hum to pura padhte hain. But that may not be the whole truth. We do skip words that we cannot pronounce, even if it is in our minds. So if we are going to do that, we are not going to learn to pronounce them. So read aloud, slowly, for some time, deliberately. Read aloud a para every day. You will know. You will know your problems. Repeat difficult words and phrases several times. You have to do that. When you want to make an important speech, you have to see how big is the sentence, how long is the sentence, how many commas are there. Are there any difficult words? Do I need to check the pronunciation of certain words? You have to concentrate on all those things. Check with a good listener, that would be fantastic. If there is somebody ready to listen to you, then read aloud in front of somebody. But if there's no one, then read aloud and record and listen to yourself. Let practice become a habit. A good way to improve one's delivery of normal phrases is to practice on difficult ones. Okay? The best exercise in articulation comes in the form of what we call as tongue twisters. I have a few tongue twisters here. These will exercise both your vowel and consonant articulation. Let us look at these tongue twisters. Betty bought a bit of butter, but the butter was so bitter, so she bought some better butter to make the bitter butter better. 11 benevolent elephants. She sells seashells on the seashore, but the shells she sells are seashells for sure. How much wood would a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck wood? And also in Hindi, Lal Goda, Pila Goda, Kacha Papad, Pakka Papad. All of you must be having a whole lot of tongue twisters, which you remember from your childhood. At this point, I would like to interact with some of our studio guests here. So if somebody would like to do this exercise, some tongue twister that you would want to come, you want to come here and do it? Come in. Yeah, come in. What's your name? Kanchan is here, and Kanchan is going to participate in this articulation exercise, and she's going to try some tongue twisters. One of these or your own? One of these, okay.
Betty bought a bit of butter, but the butter was so bitter, so she bought some better butter to make the bitter butter better.
Now, to improve your articulation, what you need to do is, you need to say it faster several times. You've said it once. Now, next time, you want to be a little more faster. Okay? So, let's have it faster.
Betty bought a bit of butter, but the butter was so bitter, so she bought some better butter to make the bitter butter.
Now, faster.
Betty bought a bit of butter, but the butter was so bitter, so she bought some better butter to make the bitter butter better.
You are doing so well. Faster. Faster. Yes?
Betty bought a bit of butter, but the butter was so bitter, so she bought some better butter to make the bitter butter better.
Okay, if you trip over words, restart. It doesn't matter. You're not performing for some audience here. Okay, you are doing an exercise. So, restart and faster.
Betty bought a bit of butter, but the butter was so bitter, so she bought some better butter to make the
Excellent, excellent. This was very well done. And this is the method of doing your tongue twisters. So, try these. Try these tongue twisters, okay? Or your own. Do you have any of your own? In Punjabi, maybe? In Hindi, in Punjabi, do you have any tongue twisters from your childhood? Do you remember? Thank you. Come. Come here. What's your name? Jasveen is here with a Punjabi tongue twister, huh? Yeah.
It's like basically a Hindi tongue.
Hindi tongue twister, excellent. Yes.
खड़क सिक्के खड़कने से खड़कती है खिड़कियों में खड़कने
Faster.
खड़क सिक्के खड़कने से खड़कती है खिड़कियों में खड़कने से खड़कता है खड़क से.
Very good. Thank you so much. Thank you. Now, do you now understand the importance why during childhood we used to have tongue twisters, and we used to have tongue twister competitions, if you remember, amongst friends. कौन ज़्यादा बोलता है, कौन कितना तेज बोलता है. All these things which we did in our childhood were so meaningful, which we are now leaving, and perhaps our children are really not doing tongue twisters as much as we used to, as far as I know. You know, they are so busy with other things, the other forms of media, that the oral tradition is now getting lost. Okay, but if we lose the oral tradition, then we lose our oral quality also. And that's what articulation is about. So how to deal with a tongue twister? Start slowly and carefully. I had this example, but I think we did it very well with the Betty tongue twister. This one is a little tough because it has this very difficult word combination. The sir and the sure. When they come together, they are a little difficult to pronounce. That is why I was using this one. She sells. So first we understand what is the meaning of the tongue twister. She sells seashells on the seashore, but the shells she sells are seashells for sure. Take your appropriate pause. Where do you want to pause for maximum efficiency? Choose that. She sells seashells on the seashore, but the shells she sells are seashells for sure. Make sure that the start and the end of each word is crisp. You're not supposed to jumble up all the words. Each has to be very distinct and crisp. Repeat the phrase, getting faster and faster while maintaining Clarity. She sells seashells on the seashore, but the shell she sells are seashells for sure. She sells seashells on the seashore, but the shell she sells are seashells for sure. So if you are able to do that, the sh and the s are not mixing up, then you can have some confidence of not mixing words. Okay, if you trip over words, stop and start again, and that's how you do your tongue twisters. I'm taking you back to your KG class again. Hindi swar. We all know the Hindi alphabets. Do we know Hindi alphabets? Some of us may know, some of us may not really remember so much. So this is sort of a revision. Okay. ये स्वर है जो हमारे हिंदी अल्फाबेट्स में व्यंजन पे लगते हैं, और ये स्वर लगाने से हमारे व्यंजन को भी स्वर मिलता है. Okay. जब when we were younger, when we were studying Hindi in school, we were made to do this. हर अक्षर पे स्वर लगा के उसको प्रोनाउंस कैसे करना है, उसका उच्चारण किस तरह से करना है, इसके ऊपर हिंदी के जो अध्यापक हमारे थे वो हमें सिखाते थे. जैसे यहाँ पे प में सारे स्वर लगाए हैं, पप्पा पिपी पुप्पू पेपे पोपा पप्पा. सो यू नो एग्जैक्टली. अब हिंदी में ऐसा है जो सो स्पेसिफिक दैट अगर प में छोटी ई की मात्रा लगी है तो वो पिक ही होगा, उसका कोई और उच्चारण नहीं हो सकता. अगर छोटा ऊ लगा है तो वो ही होगा. तो जब भी हम हिंदी लिखते हैं हम वैसा ही उच्चारण करते हैं. ये हिंदी की खास बात है. इसमें इसलिए हिंदी के उच्चारण में तो कभी कोई कठिनाई हो ही नहीं सकती. जैसा लिखा गया है वैसा ही उच्चारण किया जाता है, जबकि इंग्लिश में ऐसा नहीं है. इंग्लिश में आप PUT लिखते हो, BUT लिखते हो, GOOD लिखते हो, FOOD लिखते हो, और हर एक का उच्चारण अलग ढंग से करते हो. तो यहाँ पे छोटी ऊ बड़ी ऊ की जो यहाँ पे स्पेसिफिक है हमारा हिंदी में, वो इंग्लिश में नहीं है. इस वजह से जो लोग हिंदी में बात करते हैं जब वो इंग्लिश बोलना शुरू करते हैं दे फाइंड इट डिफिकल्ट. उनको ये परेशानी होती है कि अब हम यहाँ छोटी ऊ लगाएं या बड़ी. जब हमने BUT लगाया तो हमने अ लगा दिया छोटा, जब हमने PUT लगाया तो हमने छोटी ऊ लगा दी. तो वो that they cannot understand, and that is the problem, shifting from Hindi to English. I think अब हिंदी की क्लास में ये होता नहीं है. ये वाला जो सिस्टम था ये अब नहीं होता है शायद हिंदी की क्लास में बच्चों के साथ. I don't know if they are taught this way using your स्वर. ये हमारे व्यंजन हैं. थोड़े बहुत याद होंगे आपको, शायद पूरे भी याद हो. एक्सीलेंट, एक्सीलेंट. अब इन्हें जरा गौर से आप पढ़ो. क ख ग घ ण च छ ज झ य. हर एक अक्षर का एक स्पेसिफिक उच्चारण है. आप छ को झ से कंफ्यूज नहीं कर सकते, इतना स्पेसिफिक उच्चारण है. देखिए नीचे एडिशनल कॉन्सोनेंट्स दिए गए हैं. दे आर लोन वर्ड्स, क्योंकि हमारे पास है नहीं. जैसे ये हिंदी में है नहीं, तो ये हमने लोन वर्ड्स दिए हैं. हिंदी एक वैज्ञानिक भाषा है. क ख ग घ कंठव्य कहे जाते हैं क्योंकि इनके उच्चारण के समय ध्वनि कंठ से निकलती है. चारों आप पढ़ के देखें. We are using our glottis, the throat. We are taking out the sound from here when we say ka, kha, ga, ha. All the sounds. Kanthavya. Cha, cha, ja, cha. तालव्य कहे जाते हैं क्योंकि इनके उच्चारण के लिए जीभ तालु से लगती है. च, छ, ज, झ. और आप ये देखिए कितना बारीक सा फर्क है. जीभ उसी जगह लग रही है. आप नोटिस योर टंग. वेयर इज योर टंग व्हेन यू से च, छ. आपने कभी ध्यान दिया अपनी जुबान पर? जब जुबान तालु पे लग रही है तो कहाँ पे टच कर रही है? Now concentrate on that only. च, छ, ज, झ एक ही जगह लग रही है, लेकिन इतने बारीक से अंतर से हमारे अक्षर, अलग अक्षर का उच्चारण हो रहा है। तालव्य, ट, ठ, ड, ढ मूर्धन्य कहे गए हैं। इनकी उच्चारण जीभ की मूर्धा से लगने से, तालु से थोड़ा आगे हम पॉइंट बनाते हैं जीभ का और फिर उच्चारण करते हैं। अब आप कीजिए, ट, ठ, ड, ढ एक ही जगह मार रहे हो आप, ट, ठ, ड, ढ और उच्चारण कर रहे हो अलग अलग अक्षरों का। ये दंतीय है क्योंकि अब जीभ बिल्कुल आगे आ जाती है और दांत पे मारती है। ट, ठ, ड, ढ, ट, ठ, ड, ढ। अब आपको एक तो जुबान का महत्व समझ में आया और जुबान के साथ साथ उसका रिलेशनशिप आपके सारे स्पीच ऑर्गन्स के साथ कैसा है। जबान किस अक्षर को प्रोनाउंस करने के लिए कौन से स्पीच ऑर्गन पे जाती है, ये चीज पता चली। अब होंठ पे आ गए हैं। ओष्ठ है क्योंकि उच्चारण ओठों या होंठों के मिलने से होता है। ब, ह, ब, ह, प, फ, ब, भ। अब हमें इन लाइनों में भी कंफ्यूजन नहीं हो सकता। ये पीछे से आगे की ओर आ रहे हैं, पीछे से अंदर से आगे की ओर आ रहे हैं। तो क, च, ट, ट, प ये हमारी लाइन है। अब हम ये भूल नहीं सकते कि किसके बाद कौन सी लाइन आएगी। वी कैन नॉट फॉरगेट दैट, क्योंकि यही प्रॉब्लम अक्सर होती है। अगर हम अपने बच्चों को हिंदी इस तरह से सिखाएं तो वो कभी भी नहीं भूल सकते कि किसके बाद कौन सी लाइन आएगी और किस अक्षर के बाद कौन सा अक्षर आएगा। और हमारे उच्चारण इतने स्पेसिफिक हैं, भ ही रहेगा, ब भ ही रहेगा, ब ही रहेगा, भ ही रहेगा। They cannot be interchanged, you know. So that is the beauty of Hindi and the way our alphabets have been arranged. Devanagari script used by Hindi contains both vowels and consonants. Even English contains vowels and consonants, and vowels are a part of the alphabet in English. Hindi is highly phonetic. The pronunciation of new words is just like their written form. इसीलिए हमें हिंदी अलग से phonetics में नहीं सीखनी पड़ती, क्योंकि हिंदी है ही phonetic. The language itself is a phonetic language. This is in strong contrast to English. That is why Hindi learners may struggle with English spelling. They may also mispronounce words that they first encounter in writing. ये होता है क्योंकि हमारे हिंदी का स्टाइल अलग है और इंग्लिश का स्टाइल बिल्कुल अलग है। Now I'm looking at what we lack and what can be problematic. Absence of certain sounds. कुछ स्वर हैं ही नहीं। जैसे इंग्लिश में वर्ड है सेड। सेड में जो ए की मात्रा है वो हमारे पास हिंदी में नहीं है। हमारे पास या तो सेड है या तो सैड है, सेड नहीं है बीच का। सिमिलरली वी और डब्ल्यू के उच्चारण का अंतर हमें नहीं पता, क्योंकि हमारे पास एक ही व है, या तो व है या तो ब है, लेकिन वा नहीं है। वा, वेट एंड वेट का ये अंतर है। इंग्लिश में डब्ल्यू का उच्चारण वा होता है। व्हाट, व्हेन, वेयर, व्हाट। ओके, सो व ना होने से हम बोलते हैं व्हाट, व्हेन, वेयर, व्हाई, हम व बोलते हैं। तो ये एक प्रोनाउंसिएशन की सबसे बड़ी प्रॉब्लम है। अगर हम ये छोटी छोटी चीजें सीख जाएं, इट वोंट बी सो डिफिकल्ट, यू नो। वी जस्ट लर्न अ फ्यू न्यू प्रोनाउंसिएशंस, जैसे वा, जैसे ए, ए, छोटा सा ए जो ए और ए के बीच में है। वर्ड्स कंटेनिंग लेटर्स टीएच। टीएच का सीधा सीधा जब हम हिंदी करते हैं हमको द मिलता है। लेकिन TH कभी द होता है, कभी थ होता है, जैसे दिस थिंग, और कभी मंथ्स। मंथ्स का उच्चारण देखिए, जिसमें क्लियर ही नहीं है कि TH का उच्चारण क्या है। मंथ्स, you don't say months, you don't say months, you say months. How many months? So वो इतना साइलेंट है कि वो हिंदी स्पीकर को प्रॉब्लम होती है, क्योंकि हमारे पास साइलेंट वर्ड्स हैं नहीं, हम हर एक का उच्चारण करते हैं। तो अगर TH आ गया, MONTHS आ गया, तो हम बोलेंगे months, months, which may be incorrect in English. फिर एक और साउंड है ज। ज हमारे पास नहीं है, लोन वर्ड में भी नहीं है, हमारे पास ज है। जैसे हम गजल बोलें तो हमारे पास ज है, या हमारे पास ज है, हमारे पास ज नहीं है। जैसे प्लेजर, मेजर, ये नहीं है, तो हम प्लेजर बोलते हैं। इट गिव्स मी ग्रेट प्लेजर, क्योंकि हमारे पास ज है, ज हमें समझ में आता है, लेकिन ज का उच्चारण नहीं है, तो उसमें हमें थोड़ी सी तकलीफ होती है। तो ये थोड़े से अगर हम सीख लेते हैं, हमारी काफी कुछ इंग्लिश का उच्चारण ठीक हो जाएगा। There'll be a lot of difference, you will notice. Then consonant clusters, जो clusters एक साथ हैं, at the beginning or at the end of the words, are more common in English than in Hindi. This leads to errors in pronunciation of words such as straight. अब S और T और R, ये जो तीन साउंड्स हैं, स, ट और र, एक साथ हिंदी में है नहीं। तो yeah, we are not connected. Is it making sense?
Yes.
Tell me, because मुझे पता नहीं चल रहा। कनेक्टेड है कि हम बिल्कुल ही डिस्कनेक्ट हो गए।
connected है, just PPT के लिए प्रॉब्लम है, सिस्टम इस
अच्छा अच्छा, गर्मी सी लग रही है।
दो करवा देता है।
तेज कर दो, तेज आगे बढ़ो। PPT is disconnected. PPT disconnect हुआ।
यहाँ पे इंटरनेट बंद हो गया।
आपके तरीके से बना सकते हैं। वहाँ से तो चल रहा है। Can we do one thing हम वहाँ से?
Yes, yes.
थोड़ा एसी भी करवा दीजिए।
कम
नहीं ज्यादा, मुझे गर्मी लग
करने
रही
लगी
है।
है।
हाँ गर्मी लग रही बहुत गर्मी लग रही है। I'm speaking. I'm losing a lot of energy.
Then आपकी
मैंने ईमेल
इंटरनेट को क्या प्रॉब्लम है? पीछे तार रखना।
सर आपको इसका आईपी पता है?
स्टार्ट को लेके बंद करके। आई थिंक प्रॉब्लम होगी थी।
आंसर है आईपी।
आई थिंक प्रॉब्लम नीचे कनेक्शन लिखा था, बड़ा खोल के दोबारा रख लिखा हमने। कल भी सुबह प्रॉब्लम आई थी 2 मिनट के लिए। Well, friends, there is some technical problem we are facing here. Problem which you are not able to see the PowerPoints. We're trying to kindly stand by for another 5-6 minutes. We're trying to rectify the PowerPoint problem here.
Threat has been detected.
There's one question, ma'am.
अच्छा वो बंद कर देती है अपना आवाज बंद कर दिया वो। बताइए।
Hello. Hello, excuse me. Can anyone tell us what is happening? We are not getting any signal. We are not getting any voice. Hello.
वो ना टेबल वाला जो जीरो से थोड़ा बढ़ा दिया देखिए ना इससे क्लैरिटी आ गई नहीं तो भाई अरे कहिए तो इनका बिगाड़ के दिखाओ बिगाड़
नहीं नहीं प्रिया आप बैठिए 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 आराम से।
No, you check this. No?
Now you can hear us.
Can you hear? Can you hear us? सर आप कर
पीछे ना नेट की प्रॉब्लम है। हाँ।
आप मॉनिटर
आप ऐसे ही मैंने लेके को फोन करा, ही इज कमिंग। हमारे कमरे में भी नेट बंद हो गया अभी, नॉट ओनली इन दिस लैब।
ओके,
हमारे कमरों में जो नेट चल रहे थे, मैंने चेक करने की कोशिश करी थी इसमें ना।
दिस हैज हैपेंड फॉर द फर्स्ट टाइम
या इट हैपेंड।
विद मी।
ये पता क्या होता है हमारे यहाँ पर अनफॉर्चुनेटली हमारे क्या प्रॉब्लम आ गई हमारे को।
वी कैन गो इनटू ब्रेक।
या वी कैन एक्चुअली
हेलो,
इन द मीन ब्रेक का इंतजाम करता हूँ
हाँ,
एंड ट्राई टू सी कि क्या हो रहा है।
एनआईटी नोएडा। सर आपको ऑडियो आ रही है हमारी?
Hello.
यस सर। सर ऑडियो आ रही है?
Yes, ma'am. We are getting both audio and video now.
ओके।
आप ये लेक्चर पढ़ा चल रहा है, क्योंकि से ऑफ हो गया था, लेकिन लैपटॉप चल रहा है।
सर ये भी वर्किंग हो गया।
हेलो, कैन यू हियर? शुड वी आस्क देम वंस? हाँ?
Yes,
कैसे करेंगे आप?
डोंट वरी, आप बोलिए, बस हमको बताएंगे आप।
हाँ?
उसको स्विच ऑफ कर दीजिए ना।
ऑन है, ऑन है।
Can you hear us?
Greater Noida.
Yes, yes, sir. Yeah.
Okay.
Your voice is coming.
Okay, great. So we'll continue now. I was talking about breath flow. I was talking about airflow into sounds. That you have to have really strong airflow so that you can withstand friction, redirection, and stoppage. Strength and accuracy in the use of respiratory system are part of the skills that lead to clear articulation. You have to have very strong respiratory system. You see, at this point, I just want to stress how important it is for speakers to respect their speech organs and also their respiratory systems. You see, singers who rely on their voice for their career, for their profession, they pay so much attention to their speech organs, to their voice efficiency, vocal efficiency, and voice quality. They have proper diet, they have proper exercises for their throat and their voice. We also earn our bread and butter through speaking. We are speakers, all teachers are speakers. If we were to lose our voice today, who would employ us as lecturers? Since we have to earn our bread and butter through speaking, we have to also realize the importance of our speech organs and the vocal efficiency, because I believe that we are as important as singers. That is the importance of our voice. It's just that we are not singing in notes, but we are speaking 3 hours at a stretch at least. You have 1 hour lecture, at least 3 lectures a day we are taking every day, day after day, For 30 years, we'll keep doing that, using our voice so much. Now, in addition to this, we have to interact, use our voice and speech in so many other activities. So if we are doing so much with our voice, we have to take care of our respiratory system and also our voice quality and voice efficiency. One of the most noticeable articulation problems is incompleteness. We do not complete the words. Now, just because we believe that pronunciation in English is different, we tend to make it so different that we end up not pronouncing a certain word, even when it has to be pronounced. That becomes a problem. For example, sounds such as T, D, K at the end of the words, like bat, bed. Bed has to be pronounced as bed. You can't just leave that D, It is very soft, but it is there. So we have to take care of that. So let's say the following words. Why don't you all say it? Log. So you have to say that G, not just, leave it in the air. What are the common voice disorders? What are the problems that we might get if we don't take care of ourselves? Hoarseness is one of the first ones. And you'll start noticing this in your voice. Sometimes with age, you start noticing that there is a certain hoarseness, which could be due to sore throat, okay, that's one thing, or due to voice overuse. When you overuse, when you use your voice too much, then the doctor gives you voice rest. And they say you keep quiet for 2 days. Don't use your voice, So our throat also needs rest. Excessive shouting, screaming may lead to hoarseness. And when you have hoarseness, then you get tired while speaking. If you continue to speak with hoarseness, then you get tired also, fatigue easily. Voice misuse can result from using wrong speaking patterns when communicating. When you have wrong speaking patterns, when you do not speak in the correct kind of structure. For instance, when there is a comma, you don't put a comma. When there is a full stop, you don't put a full stop in your speech. That means you are not using pauses properly. When you're not doing that, that means you're not taking sufficient breath, you are overusing your voice, you are tiring your voice, and it could lead to problems like chronic dry throat. There is something called speaker's throat. I don't know how many of you have already faced it. We do, because we have long years of experience. Too many years of teaching have already gone by. So we face chronic dry throat. All the time you feel that there is dryness and you have to have water after some time. So that is one of the problems. Tightness in the throat. That something is sticking in your throat. You continuously feel that. Wrong pitch level. Wrong pitch level is something which is going to make you very tired very soon. A good example of wrong pitch level would be when people start to sing. See, when you speak, you are speaking in one pitch. But when you sing, you suddenly change your pitch to match the pitch of the singer. Because we are not original singers. So we don't know how to sing originally. We only know to copy a singer. So the pitch that we have heard, our ears are used to that pitch. Now, how can I sing with Lata Mangeshkar's pitch? I cannot. But if I try to do that, then I'm going to tire my voice and tire my throat. I'm going to face fatigue. So it is important, first of all, to know what is your pitch, your normal optimum pitch. If you have spent your life speaking in the wrong pitch, ultimately you're going to tire your throat. Speaking in shrill or very bass pitch can be very, very tiring to the throat. So recognize your normal pitch. What is the pitch that makes you least tired? That perhaps is your normal pitch. You have to recognize that. Poor breathing patterns. Then again, you are not breathing properly when you are speaking. So you are not inhaling sufficiently when you have a long sentence. So by the time you reach the end of the sentence, you are like, this happens, you know, due to sore throat or voice overuse, excessive shouting, screaming may also lead to hoarseness that may fatigue easily. You have experienced that? Because you did not take that breath initially. Now suddenly when you are speaking, you have to breathe. And you cannot breathe and speak at the same time. So you have to recognize how much breath do I need for this much sentence. And accordingly, speak. So poor breathing patterns will also make you very tired. Periods of voice loss, when you are tired, when you are fatigued, then, for some time you have no voice. Could be because of sore throat also, scratchy throat I already mentioned. Lack of variability in pitch, okay, excessive talking during illness. We should avoid that. When you have a cold or something, give some assignment, don't talk. Poor posture. Now, this may come as a surprise or may not come as a surprise because you already had a class in non-verbal communication. If your posture is not correct, your sound quality will not be as it should be. So you have to have that proper stance when you want to speak well. Okay? So that is important. I think we break here. Okay? We are going for a short break, and we'll see you after how much time? 15 to 20 minutes?
Yeah, please give exact time of, well, let us say 11:55.
Okay, we'll meet at 11:35. Okay, see you.
This is also communication. I was telling on the first day also, this is a physical barrier. No? Physical barrier हो जाती है. Especially in our country, when we are depending on technology, it happens very often.
This is interference.
Yes.
Happens.
आप लोगों को भी गर्मी लग रही है?
मुझे नहीं लगती.
Because you are speaking, huh? मेरे को पसीना आता है.
Strength. हाँ, पसीना आता है.
It is a physical exercise. You are so cold.
ये सारे एक साइड पे मैं फैन की साइड पे मुझे भी ठंड नहीं लग रही सबको ठंड लग रही
नहीं. So you are standing.
मुझे नहीं लग रही
You are
अगर ना
standing.
अपने बॉडी का मेटाबॉलिज्म भी होता है. There is a metabolism. My wife requires AC to be at 20 degrees, 19 degrees in the night. I have to like double like that.
Women generally get me. We are warm people.
Yes.
Warm-hearted people. So we need to.
आपके ना क्या कहते हैं उसको हार्मोन्स का फर्क होता है. And this I have discussed with some of my friends also.
Okay.
They also have the same problem.
Everybody has that.
ये सब हमें बैंक लेना पड़ता है and उनको
So that's great.
especially after 50s you have bouts of
Yeah.
heat exposure.
अभी अभी तो और भी जैसे करा लो सूट नहीं करता मैं तो कहने से ठंड लगती है
ये तो है ही नहीं कुछ
You can just test it with one of the sentences and then you start.
I'm leaving this chair because I call sir for the brave exercise. Okay. Just ask them if they are connected, if they can hear us.
Hello, Dronacharya Group of Institutes.
So वो जब slide आएगी तब आ जाएगी.
Sir, can you hear us?
Can they see the PPT?
Hello.
Can you hear us?
Yeah, you are audible, madam.
Sir, he said they can hear us.
Okay. Welcome back. Shall I start?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to look at some of the pronunciation problems in this session now. Main problems that are related to pronunciation. First is spelling. In the last session, we noticed this part that if we spell wrongly, we end up pronouncing it wrongly. And so many times, because we are not used to a certain pattern of spelling, we end up pronouncing the word wrongly, maybe because we are originally not English speakers. And so when we look at the spelling in English, we may have a problem in pronouncing it. Mother tongue interference. This is a problem that all of us face. Mother tongue is like mother, stays with you. Stays with you all the time. That's why it's called mother tongue. Okay? It never leaves you. You may learn phonetics, you may learn it from experts, you may actually grasp all the pronunciations of a different language, of a foreign language, as much as you want. But unless you are staying in that particular country, you will not get exactly that pronunciation. You will always have the influence of your mother tongue in your speech. So, if you are a Haryanvi, you will have a little bit of Haryanvi. If you are Punjabi, you will have a little bit of Punjabi. So, we have that. All of us have that, but in different proportions. So, some of us have a little heavier mother tongue interference. Some have less, but all of us have it. If you notice my speech all this while, you would have come to know from where I come. So at the end of the session, you will tell me what is the mother tongue interference in my speech. Okay. Then weak and strong sounds, some sounds that are weak, we do not know that they are weak, but we end up pronouncing it, so we may mispronounce the word. Similarly for strong sounds also. Stress, we already discussed this, and intonation. Intonation is very, very important. It changes the meaning of the entire sentence, and it is a pronunciation problem. Intonation is adding either a question mark or an exclamation mark or a comma or a full stop in our speech. And how do we do that? So if you do it incorrectly, then you may end up pronouncing the whole sentence in an incorrect manner. Some errors in pronunciation stem from using words which you are less familiar. If you've never heard the word before, then chances of wrong pronunciation are more. Another reason for errors in pronunciation might be that other people with whom you spend a great deal of time also pronounce these words incorrectly. So when everybody is pronouncing it incorrectly, you believe that maybe our pronunciation is right. Sabhi aise bolte hain, so that way. And some words are so mispronounced by a large number of people that we have come to believe that the wrong pronunciation is the right pronunciation. For example, accept. Accept and accept. are two different words with two different meanings, but we end up thinking that they have the same pronunciation. Similarly, Arctic, Arctic Circle, not Arctic Circle. Okay, and lastly, which is most common, etc. You write etc. dot, and you call it whatever you like, etc., etc., extra. Different types of pronunciations you have for that. The word is etc. Etc. And I have not met anybody who pronounces it etc. Everybody has their own. What is it? Etc. Etc. There is no K. Extra. So whatever. So this is so commonly mispronounced that the wrong pronunciation is assumed to be right. This will be some errors in. So this we have done. Okay. Now we have to eliminate these problems from our speech. Once again, these look like easier said than done. All these things. It's very easy for me to say, okay, practice, be regular, be diligent. It's easy to say, but then you have to practice this. It's only with practice. Speech is only through practice. Remember, a little child listens to us speaking and learns from us. Over and over again, And when we want to teach that child new words, we pronounce it in front of the child again and again so that he can grasp the pronunciation. So only from practice you can learn how to pronounce. There is no other way, You can't just read and learn. You can go wrong in spelling, reading the spelling. So there has to be practice and there has to be desire first of all. Good listening is a part of good speech, and so is silence. Now that child whom we are trying to teach listens to our sound, and the better it listens, the better he's able to pronounce. So you have to listen. Nowadays we have these dictionaries online where you can actually type in the word and ask the dictionary to read it out for you, and the dictionary asks you which accent do you want. They'll tell you the pronunciation in British English, in Australian English, in American English, whatever type of, not in Indian English, that they suppose we already know. So you get the pronunciation from there. It is possible to actually listen to the dictionary speak. So listening is a part of speech. And so is silence. Silence we have always underestimated. The power of silence is always underestimated. If I ask you to do this, I just did it for 10 seconds and it was so heavy. Just 10 seconds of silence, I just kept quiet. And it was so heavy because there is a lot of discomfort in silence. Now, as speakers, when we start to find comfort in silence, we will improve our speech by many, many degrees. How do we do that? Can we just keep quiet? No, we have to use silence as part of our speech. See, when we are writing, we have a thing called colon, semicolon, and comma. We have those, and then we have exclamation mark, question mark, full stop. We have these pauses defined. When we write, why do we put comma? That stop here, next thought is beginning from here. Why do we put full stop? The thought is complete and a totally new idea is being generated in the next sentence. That is why we have these commas and full stops. So in the speech also, you have a comma, short pause. You have a full stop, longer pause. And if you are not using your pauses effectively, you are going to lose your audiences. So silence has to be used in the form of pauses in between our speech. You see, it takes 6 seconds for my audience to grasp what I'm saying. 6 seconds. If I'm going to speak very fast, I'm going to overload. You know, sentence after sentence after sentence. If I'm going to speak fast, then by the time he assimilates the first sentence, I would have already said 3 more sentences. And so what happens is that there is a jumble. After some time, there is a jumble, and the listener, when he becomes confused in so many sentences, just keeps his pen and pencil, whatever, on the desk, lies back, and stops listening to you. You see, because he's got into that jumble. So you have to give time to the audience to grasp. If one thought is taking 6 seconds, pause. That's not so bad. Okay? So try to hear the sound of silence. Try to use silence properly. Silence speaks. Yet we talk all the time. Importance of speech is noted when we experience silence. Silence can be very confusing to us, sometimes even intimidating. Some of us are very scared of silence. We don't want to stop. Remember your first lecture? Do you remember your first lecture? First lecture that you took ever in your life? You prepared for an hour and you finished in half an hour. Tell me if I'm wrong. You finished? Yes. Material was over. But you prepared for an hour. But how did you finish in half an hour? Because you did not use silence. You were so intimidated by silence that you just wanted to finish speaking very fast, so you talked. Talking seems easier, but talking is different from speaking. Speaking involves use of silence. You just cannot keep on talking very fast, you know. Now with experience you've learned how much of pause you have to give, how much of silence you have to use in your speech. We are all here because we are speakers, but we understand the value of speech because 5 minutes of speaking is so difficult and 5 minutes of talking is so easy. Talking to a friend for 5 minutes is easy. Stand on the dais and just make a 5-minute speech, you realize how difficult it is. So that is why we have to see the difference there, you know, and use our silences and pauses properly. And also listening. Listening, like I told you, is a part of speech. There are 4 types of listening. If you've not already done this, you've done this? Yes. Since you've done this, I'll just skip this part.
Listening for another.
Okay.
Types of listeners.
You've done types of listeners? Okay, we jump this also. This also you've done, so I can jump this also.
But you can, madam, little bit Russian listening on the.
All elements of communication that do not involve words would fall under non-verbal communication. Like I told you in the previous session, that your speech also matters depending on your posture. How you carry yourself, how you use your body language will always have an effect on your speech. You know, if you don't use your body language properly, you are going to be tired sooner and you are going to lose your voice quality also. All those who have been speakers or singers will know that you like to stand and speak. Good speech comes from here, you know, it comes from within. So if you are standing and speaking, you are always more effective than when you are sitting down and speaking. Okay, so that means body language has a role to play. Okay, I'm going to look at 4 basic types of body language here. Proxemics. Proxemics is the individual's perception and use of space. Kinesics, study of body movements including posture. Facial and eye behavior, you understand. That's easy to understand. Paralanguage is variation in speech. Your pitch, your loudness, tempo, tone, duration. What are you adding in your language would form paralanguage. Now, beginning with proxemics. I don't have that in details. Okay, I'll go back here. Beginning with the proxemics, using space. You see, since, like I told you, we stand and we deliver those lectures for an hour, for 2 hours, we are given a certain space, a certain area. Like you'll have a lectern, you'll have a floor, your desk or whatever. You have that space to use. Okay, a good speaker would use his space properly. So you have to recognize how much is your space. Now, if you've noticed, the moment I came in, I used this, and I adjusted myself in this space properly. This is the space I'm going to use. Since I'm confined by the camera, I can't move a lot. But in whatever I have, I'm going to use the space. It's like when you are on stage, when you are acting, the director tells you, use the stage. How much of stage are you using? How much of movement are you giving? The more you use your space properly, more comfortable you are in your position and better you are able to speak. This, we may think that this is a very roundabout way of saying things, but it is there. Using space helps us, makes us comfortable within our space and helps us speak better. So we have to first see what is my territory, understand that territory and use it. Whatever it is, whether it's on stage, whether it is in the classroom. Kinesics is body language, rest of it you understand here. This is paralanguage. We are going to do exercises in paralanguage at the end of this. We are going to see how difference in all these things is going to make a difference in our speech. By pauses, I already told you, rate is how many words are coming out of your mouth per second, per minute. How fast you are speaking. Volume, of course, is how loud or how soft you are. Non-fluencies are utterances that you have in your speech. Sometimes very visible stammer. Sometimes you use unnecessary redundant words in your speech. Those are non-fluencies. We'll talk about this. And of course, then there is silence. What are the influencers of pronunciation or mispronunciation? Words, those that you know, those that you do not know, those that you are using for the first time, are going to change your entire pattern of speech. Circumstances, where you are, with whom you are, whose company, how many people, whether you are using a mic or not, that also changes. Use of foreign technology changes your pattern of speech. If you have used a mic, you will know. Have you used a mic? People who sound absolutely normal without a mic, when they come in front of the mic, suddenly they sound as if it's very high pitch or very low pitch. Because using that gadget also requires some technique. Not all of us can use that. So circumstances, emotional state, familiarity with content, expertise in discussion. You don't know what the topic is, you tend to stammer, you tend to, have non-fluencies. Good listening, always good listening, apt use of silence and paralanguage. How to be a better speaker then? We speak to bring clarity. We have to know the subject. That's very important. Later I'm going to tell you that content forms very less part of our effective communication. Yet, without that, content is only 7%. Influence of content on effective communication is only 7%. But that 7% has to be solid. If you don't have good content, then you may have all the style in the world, people are not going to pay attention to you. So, do your research, know your subject, have clarity about what is being said, only then speak. Think before you speak. This is what we have been told since we were little children. सोच के बोला करो, सोच के बोला करो, सोच के बोला करो. But it is so difficult to follow. Think before speaking. When we do not think, we tend to mix up words, we tend to mispronounce, we tend to jumble our words together. So if you have to think, have silent pauses, it's okay. That's why I stressed on the importance of silence. What we do is, when we are thinking, we verbalize our pause. How? We use things like that. We do that. Okay, so you're thinking, we understand that you're thinking, but you don't have to be so loud about it. So at that time, if you are quiet, you are going to look more intelligent. So it's okay. Have silent pauses. Try not to verbalize your thoughts. Okay? Of course, expand your vocabulary. You should have at least 2-3 words for the same meaning, so that you don't keep saying nice, nice, nice boy, nice work, nice assignment. Don't keep using the same word. Have some more adjectives in order to make your language a bit more interesting. Shun slangs and contradictions. Instead of hi, say hello. Instead of yeah, say yes. That's clearer and everybody will understand. You see, slangs, slangs are very region specific. Slangs are generation specific. Slangs are age specific. So my slang may not be your slang. When we were younger, we used to say dough for money. How much dough do you have? I don't know what youngsters say now. Dough is a very old slang for money. Kids now say cash. Because it's cash or card. Okay? So they have this concept of cash or card. We used to say dough. Now dough comes from some American slang. But if I keep using my slang, then half the people will not understand. You see, that is why it's better to use full words instead of slangs. And contractions is making short. Can't, don't. You know, when we use words like that, instead of cannot, instead of do not, we say don't. But that may not be clear to everybody. So we should avoid contractions. Never use these all these things in your speech. It's important to use intelligent, full words. Okay? Too many contractions they ruin your speech. So we have to be careful about those. Of course, you have to be, in order to be articulate, you have to exude confidence. And in your non-verbal class, you must have seen how important eye contact is. You have to maintain eye contact. And for a formal speech, what is advised is the left, center, right formula. If you are nervous before an audience, then just look left, center, right, center, left, center, right. You don't really have to look into the eyes if you're a new speaker. But if you are a little more experienced, then of course look into the eyes. It's the best thing to do. Posture, I already discussed this. Stand up tall, avoid hunching at all costs, whether you are standing or walking or sitting. You have to be straight, not hunching. Don't cross your arms. All these things you must have done. Neck elongated, not bent, not, looking down. So that improves your posture a lot. Prepare, practice. You can schedule. If it is possible to schedule to be first or last, then schedule according to your convenience. Before speaking, before making a speech, don't have a big meal. Don't have milk. Okay? Milk has a tendency to catch your throat. So you get if you've had milk before speaking. So before speaking, have water. Water is the best drink. Okay, all this you know already. If you've ever heard somebody speaking well, let me tell you, it is well rehearsed. If you feel that, oh, that person comes on stage and just speaks, if you feel that about somebody, how eloquent they are, how spontaneous they are well prepared. Very good spontaneity comes from very good preparation. So nobody is ready for a speech the moment they are born. They have practiced. They have practiced. So if you practice, you can be that speaker you like. So speak slowly. Slow is very, very important. And this is why I write this. This seems very commonplace to say this. Speak slowly. People have a tendency of speaking fast. If I tell you that you have to talk about this topic in 1 minute, you will talk about it very fast because you'll think 80 minutes. So you'll start speaking fast. That's a tendency we have. So most of us end up speaking very, very fast. Realize this. Do you realize this? So first check yourself. If you are speaking fast, then please slow down. You know, but don't be too slow. But keep it slow. Slow is good. Slow is good. So is short. Short is also very good. Precise is very, very good. I don't know whether they've told you about using your hands in your non-verbal class.
Yes.
How important use of hands is? You've done that? Okay. Because, hands give power, and that is why, netas keep doing this, using hands. But don't gesticulate too much. Use your hands appropriately, and if you show your palm to the audience, that's a gesture of confidence and honesty. So, your speech, you are able to naturally show open palms to the audience. You build an instant rapport with the audience. But this has to come naturally. You can't do this. Mera palm dekho, honestly. You can't do that. You have to do it naturally in your speech itself. We have a tendency of putting the hands in the pocket, actually holding the hands. Hands keep holding each other behind our back. So we avoid that. Let them loose. Okay. This is what I wanted to do with you. Exercises. Breathing exercises. Right? Because speaking involves a lot of strength. And for every word that you speak, you have to push it out of your mouth with the strength of your breath. If you've not ever paid attention to your breathing, then it's very difficult to become a good speaker. So we begin with the breathing exercises. These exercises are made for speakers, not for runners or for athletes or for other people. This is for speaking, those who want to speak. Inhale slowly, deeply through the nose. Exhale slowly through the mouth. Repeat. Okay? Inhale and then exhale through the mouth and repeat. Again, inhale slowly and deeply through the nose. Exhale, making a sound using your diaphragm from inside. Okay? Then inhale deeply. Exhale in explosive bursts. All this is yoga. Those who've done yoga will know. Inhale slowly and count aloud, clearly enunciating each number till you run out of breath. This is a very good warm-up exercise for your articulators. Articulators are speech organs. So inhale and start counting. Let's have it. Who will do it? Inhale and count aloud. 1, 2, 3, 4. Start counting. How long can you go? 8, 9, 10. Loudly. 5, 6, 7, 8. Till you are out of breath. And the more you exercise, more you will realize that you are able to count further. This is going to increase the span of your breath. There is a sentence here which I want you to read. This sentence has lot of H or her sounds. Her sound gives continuous flow of air, and because of that, lot of strength is needed. He hid at home. This you have to practice. You have to say this in one breath. In one breath, if you are able to say this, that means you're going fine. So far, so good. Finished? I hope in the centers also you read this sentence. He hid at home and sobbed. Are you reading this aloud? Do we want to go to the centers and see?
Yes, maybe not.
Yeah? Anybody wants to read it for us? From the center? Which center?
In GNIT Gurgaon.
Gurgaon.
Hello, GNIT Gurgaon.
No, they can't hear us actually. Maybe they. I can't see you now.
Sorry. Greater Noida. Sorry,
Hello.
Ajay Kumar. Greater Noida.
Yeah. Hello.
Hello, is that Greater Noida? You're from Greater Noida, sir? Hello?
Hello.
Will you read the sentence for us? He hid at home.
Can anyone of the participants? Yeah, please.
Anyone
Yeah,
wants
ma'am,
to?
I am inviting the participant
Yes.
to read the.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Please. Anyone of you can come. Please, sir.
Where are they looking? They're looking somewhere else.
Okay.
Okay. Do you want to come and read, please?
Come and please. Yeah, ma'am.
Yes, he hid at home and solved. This is the sentence that requires reading. In one. Yes, sir.
So I'm going to read, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
That will-
Yes, sir.
in one breath, I have to read it so many times. How many times I can read that has to judge. That has
You
been
can
judged.
read it once. You can read it just once. We'll be happy to hear.
Okay.
Yes.
He hid at home and sobbed when his sister seized whatever he had on top in the thin five-sleeved closet.
Very good. Very good. You're doing fine. You should be able to do this all the time. Okay? I'm coming to another test if you want to take, or we'll ask some other center to come. Thank you. Thank you so much. There are these words, the groupings that I have given here on the right side. You have to say this in one breath also. Each grouping has to be said in one breath. Okay? Selecting and projecting, proceeding and speeding and shocking and rocking and darting and parting and treading and missing. Who wants to do this one? You want to do it? Come here and do it. You want to do it now? Yeah, come and do it. Our participant from the center is doing this here from the studio. Yes, ma'am. Collecting and projecting, receding and splitting and shocking and copying and cutting and parting and threading and spreading and weaving and mixing and ripping and slipping and hitting and splitting and shining and pinning. Yes, well tried. Now why don't you do it a little slowly? Yeah. Collecting and projecting, receding and spreading and shocking and copying and cutting and parting and threading and spreading and weaving and ripping and splitting and hitting and splitting and shining. But you managed a little more than last time. Did you not? Yes. So slow is good. Slow is good. You want to do it?
नहीं मैम
बंद तो नहीं हुआ?
नहीं मैम चल
What about this one? Somebody else? Somebody else wants to come? You want to come now? Ma'am? Yeah, you come.
Hello.
hello मैम I think wants to
Hello.
Somebody from the center.
Yeah, ma'am. From NIT Greater Noida, we have one more participant.
Okay. Please come along. Let's have the second grouping. Yes, sir. Rattling
this is
and
the-
battling.
Hello, this is Devanshu.
Hi, Devanshu. Yes, let's have rattling and battling and shaking and
Collecting and projecting, receding and speeding and shocking and rocking and darting and parting and trading and spreading and whizzing and hissing and dripping and
It's okay. It's okay. Now, see, I told you when I've given a grouping like this. Somewhere in our mind we assume that we have to speak it fast. I never asked you to speak it fast. I just told you that you have to speak in one breath. And so we have a tendency of really rushing. Although I have said here, don't just race. Don't try to race. Don't try to speak very fast. When you speak very fast, you jumble up the words. So try the same thing slowly. Maybe you will be able to do better. There is a second grouping here, which I think a participant from here will try. Anyone else from any of the centers? You want to do this? You please tell us.
Like from rattling.
And rattling.
And rattling and battling and shaking and quaking and pouring and roaring and waving and raving and flowing and going and having and playing and pouring and roaming and moaning and groaning and throbbing and hopping.
Very good. Very well done. In one breath, you've managed to read the second grouping. That's very good because you did it slow. You didn't race. Yeah. So slow is good. When we speak slowly, we are able to speak more, and more clearly too. Okay? Thank you. I'm going to give you some exercises to overcome common problems of speech. Common problems such as immovable jaw, idle tongue, lazy lips, and too much speed. These are our problems. Immovable jaw would be when we are not opening our mouth fully. We tend to do that. We mumble. We don't open our mouth. Somehow we have been conditioned in that. So we don't do it. Idle tongue when we don't move our tongue adequately. Lazy lips when the lips won't open. Even if the mouth wants to open, the lips will shut the door. And too much speed when we are speaking very fast. Okay? Spread the lips in a smile for E, open them for A, close them for O, and repeat. This is an exercise for your entire mouth. Why are we doing this exercise, tell me? To be good speakers? That's right? Yeah? See, when an athlete wants to be a good athlete, he exercises his limbs. You know, if he's a runner, he exercises his legs. If he's a weightlifter, he exercises his shoulders, his biceps. So whatever your area of perfection you want to be in, you exercise those muscles. Since we want to be speakers and we are speakers, we have to exercise our articulators, our organs of speech. That is why. Okay? Rapidly say but da several times. Okay? Ira, many times. Say it loudly with lot of strength. Then believe that you are a truck. जब बच्चे होते थे ये करते थे कोई कार लेके और कुछ भी लेके we used to trill. Now we don't do that anymore. So imagine that you are a truck and trill your tongue. You see the amount of exercise you are giving to your tongue. With that vibration, you are giving a lot of exercise to your tongue. Say each of the following words 5 times, trying to keep the tongue forward, just behind the upper teeth. Okay? Tea, deal, tick, dish, tail, pick, nade, table. You have badi E and you have choti E together. Okay? So you practice this sentence 5 times every day. Then it will be easy for you to move from one type of pronunciation to the next. Lips, exercise for lips. When you don't use your lips properly, that means the words that need to be articulated with the help of lips, when they are not used properly, then you end up pronouncing them wrong. So say pit, pat, many times to get into the habit of using your lips properly. Opening of jaw. There is this sentence here. Hat, yatch, dot, paw, yard, dart, tad, dot, da, ha, tat, lad. Where a and o, both ways of opening the jaw, are present in this sentence. Have it in front of you, on your desk somewhere. Say it 2-3 times every day. Whenever you get time when you are working, just say this sentence. You will know the importance of opening your jaw. You learn to open it also. Mrs. Tang does her housework. You see, when in olden days when they used to brush their teeth. Even now, if you have old people, they invest a lot in manjan. It's a ritual. Okay, they'll gargle also, and they'll snort also, and you feel, oh ye kaisa manjan hai. That's what you think. But once they have done it, then they have that buland awaz, which we only dream of having. They never catch a cold. They have excellent articulators. Okay, so in olden days, everybody used to do manjan in that manner. But now we've become sophisticated, so we don't use all those mechanisms. But it is very important, oral hygiene and the way we clean our articulators is very, very important. I've got a little rhyme over here. Mrs. Tongue lives in her house, the mouth. Every morning, she mops it from ceiling to floor. First, she sweeps her mop from right to left. Run your tongue in a full circle around your cheek walls, across the front and top of your mouth, bottom teeth. Repeat 3 times. So, okay. This is, you will feel the heat inside. You will feel warm inside. Exercise के बाद जो गर्मी लगती है वो tongue को भी लगेगी. Once you've done this. Next, she sweeps her mop from left to right. Reverse the direction. Repeat 3 times. Now she dusts the furniture. Sweep your tongue as rapidly as you can from side to side across upper teeth. 10 times. Then she shakes the rug out of the window. What do you have to do now? Stick the tongue out. Extend as far as you can. Move it. Up and down. ल जैसे pronounce करते हैं. ल में कैसे करते हैं? ल. This is the movement. Repeat 10 times. Lastly, she sweeps away the cobwebs from the front door. This is on the lips. So this is the exercise that you have to do. This is what Mrs. Tongue does. Okay? Importance of exercise. How does a speaker impact an audience? How you look accounts for 55%. Very sad, but it is true. Your appearance, your posture, this includes everything. Clothes, facial expression, your stance, the leaning of your body, use of hands, the way you are moving your eyes, all those things would fall under looks. 55%. How you sound, 38%. And what you actually say is 7%. And that is the importance of your body language, your posture, your stance, your voice quality. So the same message given in a good voice quality would have more impact than a message given in bad voice quality. Okay. So what type of communication do you use? What do you hear yourself saying or doing? Can you identify your own non-verbal cues? These are the different types of communication, negative and positive. Positive communication would involve praise, positive gestures, okay? Eye contact and body language. I'm now going through some commonly mispronounced words. These are the words which we end up mispronouncing all the time. Affidavit. Affidavit? How many of us say affidavit or affidavit? I'm sure lots of you, many people would be saying affidavit instead of affidavit. Just like Arctic, we have this problem with Antarctic also. What about this one? February, February, but the pronunciation is? There is no N. February, not February. February. And this one? Probably, probably. It's probably. The word is pro, and the stress is on pro. Okay? not on bad. Probably. And this one? Federal. Federal. It is federal. D-E. Federal. The pronunciation is federal. What about this one? Yeah? Hierarchy. Very good. It's hierarchy. Some say hierarchy. Some say hierarchy. But there are two R's in this. Hierarchy. Interpret. Interpret. Interpretate. Jewelry. Okay? Just because it is jewel, it is jewelry. But the one who makes jewelry is jeweler. Okay? There are two R's. Library, not library or library or whatever. Often. Often can also be pronounced as often. That's also correct. Okay? But in British English we say often. I'm leaving this to you. What is this? By? By? Sickle. Sickle. But if you remove the by? Cycle. So there is a tendency to call this also as bicycle. Many people would call it bicycle. But it is not bicycle, it is bicycle. Just because it is BU, we don't pronounce this like curry. It is not pronounced like curry, not rhyming with curry. The word is berry. Now, berry. Yeah, not buddy. Okay? It's berry. Most of us pronounce it as buddy because it rhymes with curry. B-U-R-C-U-R. It's not like that. It's berry. Similarly, this is barrier. Barrier. Yeah, not burial. Okay, this one? Blue. Blue. And this one? Blue. Blue. Also. Blue and blue. Both of them are like B-L-O-O. No blue. Both of them are blue. This one? How do you pronounce it? How do you pronounce it? Just because there is a table in it. No? We have to pronounce table. That's our problem, right? It's comfortable. It's table. Okay? There is no table. It's only there in the spelling. It's not there in the pronunciation. Comfortable. Are you comfortable with this? Yes, I am comfortable. Are you comfortable with this one? Oven. Very good. Oven, not oven. Oven. Bowl. Bowl. What about this one? Pronunciation. As opposed to pronunciation, which some people say. Now some people say pronunciation because the word is pronounce. From pronounce you get pronunciation. Very tricky. Opportunity. Opportunity. Op is the key word here. Opportunity, not opportunity or something. Opportunity. This one. The word is tortoise. Tortoise. That's the pronunciation. Not tortoise. It's tortoise. And all Indians, most of them, pronounce it wrongly. It's tortoise. See, this O is unnecessary in that. This one. Silna. Stitching wala. S-E-W. Because it rhymes with N-E-W. इसलिए क्या?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100, 101, 102, 103, 104, 105, 106, 107, 108, 109, 110, 111, 112, 113, 114, 115
क्योंकि NEW न्यू होता है तो SEW स्यू होगा, बट SEW होता है so. So, have you heard that rhyme? Doe a deer. सुना? Doe a deer, a female deer. From Sound of Music, there is a film called Sound of Music. There was this song, Doe a deer, a female deer. इसमें जो इंग्लिश का जो ये है, what is it called? जो सारे गामा हमारा होता है ना, वो डो रे मी फा सोला टी डो है ना इंग्लिश में, डो रे मी फा सोला टी डो. तो वो बच्चों को सिखा रही है, तो उसमें वो बोलती है डो DOE, डो अ डियर अ फीमेल डियर, ताकि उनको सरगम याद हो जाए, है ना. तो डो को बोलती है डो, रे अ ड्रॉप ऑफ गोल्डन सन, RAY रे.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Yes.
I have a question here.
Yes, sir.
In this word SEW, it is so or so. Whether we have monophthong or diphthong at the end.
No, it is so. SO.
No, do we have diphthong or monophthong?
Diphthong and monophthong.
It is diphthong. It is ow sound like go. We are going GO.
No, it's not like thou. It's not sow. It's so.
Ma'am, but most of the dictionaries they transcribe this word with diphthong. Ow sound like we have GO word, and this word is also transcribed in the same manner. So how can we pronounce this word like SO? So?
Yes, that's how we pronounce it. That's what I was telling just now about that from that song. That's what I was describing. So she says, so a new filling thread.
No. Is it a diphthong there in this word or a monophthong?
I don't know about phonetics. But discussing phonetics with me, if you have missed the initial part of my lecture, I mentioned this is not a phonetics class. So
no,
this is a phonetics question you are asking me. I will not enter that territory which is not mine. I'm not in phonetics.
This word, actually the transcription of this word is just like the word we transcribe GO. Like if you remove G from this Go word, you will find the same transcription like sewing machine. We have sewing machine.
Like THOU. What I cannot understand. Like THOU.
It is SEW. It is transcribed as so. If you can see the camera, I would like to transcribe this word.
Thank you. But let's not discuss phonetics in this class. Okay.
This one here, we have the sow sound. Can you please tell me whether it is correct or incorrect?
See, I don't know this. I don't know this because I don't know phonetics. I'm not going to talk about it.
Okay,
I'm going to talk about popularly mispronounced words, which we commonly do. Because if you go into phonetics, then so many of these words which we have discussed will have a different pronunciation.
That is true. But how can we learn exactly appropriate, correct pronunciation?
By listening.
How can we do that?
We have to listen. What does the dictionary speak it as? Just don't read the transcript. Listen to the sound. Have you heard?
That is why I'm talking about that we should be, all the sounds that we are using.
Yes.
They should be clear to all.
It should be clear to all. Listening is the best method. I'm telling you, because not all of us are linguists. We are not students of phonetics. We are not linguists. We cannot read transcriptions. We are not English teachers. See, we teach different subjects, but we want to learn good pronunciation. So we listen to the dictionary.
Okay. Okay, I would like to just ask one question. Like, SCW. Are these two words, be pronounced alike?
Yes, yes, that's what the dictionary will read it to you. Yes, it is pronounced like so. That's what I'm saying. It
Okay,
won't
thank
be
you.
now. It won't
Thank
be
you very much.
SOW. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. What about this one? Why don't you pronounce this one? There is the A pronunciation is not stressed. A is not stressed. Miracle. A is very soft, very subdued sound. Miracle. What about this? The last T is not pronounced at all. Restaurant. Restaurant. Those who have used it will know. Cassette. Not cassette. Cassette. Okay, this, it's pronounced wrongly even by the teachers who teach this one so many times. It's science. Science, not science. 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 Okay? Stress patterns also change the way words are pronounced, and in English that's a problem, very common problem. Hotel. Hotel, not hotel. Detain. Antibiotic, where biotic is being stressed. John is one of my colleagues. Huh? I don't have a record of your appointment. The doctor recorded the symptoms. So record, not record. Record, where C is being stressed. The patient has developed, not developed. Developed severe symptoms. Developmental history is quite complex. Okay? So we have to recognize the stress. Now here we have some exercises, and for this I want to go to the centers. Ask which center would like to participate.
गुड़गांव से पूछ लेते हैं.
We don't have Gurgaon here. I can't see Gurgaon here.
सॉरी मैम, देशद्रोही ग्रुप.
देशद्रोही?
द्रोणाचार्य में, सॉरी.
This would be a get on searching for Gurgaon. I said, why can't I see Gurgaon?
Hello, Dronacharya Group of Institutes.
Dronacharya?
Hello.
Hello.
Yes, ma'am.
You want to
Good
do
afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon. This is an exercise in paralanguage. You want to do this? You want to do this exercise?
Yes, ma'am. I try.
Yeah. I have some words here, and you just have to respond with one word. Yes. You have to only say yes. I'm going to tell you the emotion, and you are going to say yes. Say.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay. Say with certainty.
Yes.
Say with doubt.
Yes.
Say it with indecision.
Yes.
Say it with sarcasm.
Yes.
Somebody else wants to try also? Somebody else from there wants to try?
Yes, ma'am.
Hello.
I would like to.
Yes. Try.
Ma'am, for sarcasm it will be yes.
Yes.
Isn't that?
Yeah, of course. How do you say it with certainty?
Sorry?
With certainty.
Certain. Yes.
That seems to be doubt. Say it with certainty.
Yes. Yes.
Very firm. Yes. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Say it. Okay, say it with indecision. What do you want to say? Hello? He's saying something.
Sir, your mic is mute.
Your Your mic is mute. We can't hear you. We can't hear you.
Sir, your external mic is mute.
No, that is fine. Oh. Let's go to some other center while you repair your mic. You want to say this? Yes word? Hello, where are we? Which center is this?
Ma'am, Northern India Engineering College.
Northern India. Okay. Dr. Dr. Do you want to do? Do you want to do? Yes.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Ma'am, this is Ankita from Northern India Engineering College.
Okay.
Ma'am, I would like to try on this exercise.
Yes, why? Is it mine? Say yes. Certainty. And it's sounding very. Say yes with. The problem.
Ma'am, आप speak.
Okay, let's do this exercise with one of my participants here. Come. Let's do it from our studio participants. I'll do it with her help. What's your name? Deepa. Deepa is going to say yes with certainty. Yes. With doubt. Yes. With indecision. Yes. Ah, that's very good. And sarcasm? Yes. Yes. Very good. Okay, how about no? There is only one word. No. And with the change of inflection. See, all this while I've spoken about pronunciation, I've spoken about articulation, but I left the intonation part. I told you we'll come to intonation later. This is intonation. How the meaning of the entire sentence can change by the way you use your paralanguage. And sometimes with just one word, you can say so much. Okay? Now she is going to say the word no in different feelings. Definitely not. No. Maybe. No. I'm surprised to learn that. No. No. I'm annoyed to learn that. No. No. I'm pleased and surprised. No. No. See, with just one word, you can show so much emotion. Now I have a sentence. I'll be there. The sentence is I'll be there. And I'm going to give you these instances. You just have to say I'll be there with determination. I'll be there. I'll be there. Pleasant agreement. I'll be there. Will you be at the party? I'll be there. This is your response. I'll be there. I'll be there. That is pleasant agreement. Surprise. I'll be there. Who will be at the class tomorrow? And you are surprised that you are going to be in a class or something. I'll be there. I'll be there. I'll be there. Annoyance. I'll be there. There's a meeting in the evening. Which of you will be there? I'll be there. I'll be there. I'll be there. Huh? Now, for every one of these situations, you've changed your stress. Either it is on I or it is on there. You see, you've changed it accordingly. You change your stress patterns. Alright? There is just one sentence. I like they. And with this one sentence, you have to bring out all these emotions. You like they? Now, whether or not you like Dave, you have to say these things, okay? It's a direct statement of fact. You mean it when you say it. Say it like you mean it.
I like Dave.
I like Dave. I like Dave like a statement of fact, okay? Now, I don't really like Dave, but I'm saying I like Dave. Say it. You don't like Dave at all.
I like Dave.
I like Dave.
Yes, try. I like Dave.
I like Dave.
I like Dave. Okay? Now, irritation and surprise that anybody could conceivably accuse you of liking Dave. I'm sure you like Dave.
I like Dave.
You're asking me. Actually, you don't know whether you like Dave or not.
This is.
Yeah.
I like Dave.
Yeah, this is indecision. You don't know whether you like Dave or not, and you're saying the same thing. Now, here is a specific indication that you like only Dave and nobody else.
I like Dave.
I like Dave. Here the stress will be on Dave. I like Dave. That means not you, not you, not you, only Dave. Okay? Now there is a question. Who likes Dave?
I like Dave.
Then the stress is on
I.
Now the stress is on I. I like Dave. Okay? Now this is a very aggressive and emphatic answer to the question, who could possibly care for a man like Dave?
I like Dave.
I like Dave.
I like Dave. I like Dave. So you are changing your stress from I to like to Dave, depending upon what the situation is. That means to express emotion, you don't need too many words. There are only 3 words here. And you have said so many things with just those 3 words. So you really don't have to speak a lot in order to convey what you want to say. That is very important. In communication, precision is important. You know, and when we talk about communication, we say, if you want to put a comma, put a full stop. You know, just put a full stop. That works better than putting a comma. That means you say it in short sentences, small words, simple words, clarity of speech, good articulation, correct pronunciation. It takes you a long way in your speech. Okay? This is very, very different from phonetics. Phonetics is about perfection. Communication is about clarity. It's only about clarity. If you've understood what I've said, I have communicated. You know? Thank you so much. Now, if you have questions, you can ask. Centers पे जाके एक बात पूछना. Yeah. You want
Any question and query from Dronacharya Group of Institute?
No.
Thank you. Next.
I have a question, ma'am, from NIT.
Yes.
Archana, ma'am, it is the presentation and the way you presented it. It was really fantastic job, and we all enjoyed it here at NIT Center.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I hope you learned something also.
Yeah, definitely. Many more things.
Okay. Okay. Thank you so much.
Ma'am, one question I would like to ask is, like, you have suggested many things during the presentation. Like, we Indians do not have sounds, and we cannot pronounce in that manner. But like, do you have any suggestions, like how can we improve? Like, there is no z sound. You were talking about that we have z and j sound, but we do not have j sound. Do you have any? Do you have anything? Any suggestions to our participant or to the center or to all of us? How to acquire that sound? How to acquire it? Because ma'am, because we have sh sound, sh sound which is spoken, just like this j sound.
Yes, yes,
Yeah.
I
So would you have any
will. Yeah. Even in Hindi, we have sha, and you have sha, and you have sa. Even in Hindi, and most of the times the word the sound sha is pronounced as sha. Sha Shatkun is pronounced as Sha, even by Hindi speakers. We ourselves pronounce our own sounds incorrectly so many times. If you've noticed, Krishna, Krishna with the Shah hai aadha, that is pronounced as Krishna. जैसे शलगम श, वो गलत है, but we do it. We do it because we don't concentrate on listening, and all around us people are pronouncing Shah Shatkum as Shah Shalgam. If you have noticed, of course, some of us pronounce Shah Shalgam as Sa also. We do that also so many times. That is mother tongue influence on our speech. Like in Puri, in
and
both.
both the sound sh and
Yeah.
both are post alveolar sound. So can we learn this j sound from sh? Because the place of articulation of these two sounds are the same.
Yes. Most of this, what we have seen in our Hindi, when I told you about how articulators in Hindi are used, most of the times they arise from the same point with very, very minor changes in how we use our articulators. Very minor changes. Okay? So, I was just telling you about Bhojpuri. English और Hindi छोड़ दीजिए कि इंग्लिश में साउंड नहीं है इसलिए हमें नहीं आता. भोजपुरी में श नहीं है. And that is why people from Bihar would end up pronouncing sh as sa all the time because sh है ही नहीं भोजपुरी में. तो वो हिंदी में भी sh को sa बोलते हैं. And that is something which they have practiced over the years. It will be difficult to change. So with too much of practicing incorrectly, we end up speaking just like that. So we have to listen. Listening is the only way because all the sounds so far are learned by listening only. We have learned by listening. How much ever you go into, you are going into details of phonetics. Phonetics may not really work so much in India for the purpose of communication, I'm telling you. You want people around you. That's why I said right in the beginning that acceptable within your circle, within the society in which you live. So if you're living in Karnal and if you're living in Chandigarh, then we have to speak in a manner which is understood by all people in Chandigarh. But
that is true. That is true. But we are teachers. Our student asks that thing. We should know all these things. That is why I am just talking about.
if you are
It's not about general thing. It is not a general thing. We are teachers. That is why I am saying all these things here.
Yes.
And even sometimes we cannot learn things from listening. There are many more things that we have to understand to improve the pronunciation.
But that's very good. Of course, there is a whole theory. We can go into whole theory of English language learning. There are schools that teach only this and an entire course. Okay. Even in departments of English, you have these.
And we were thinking that this session is going on, because the topic was phonetics for something like.
I clarified right in the beginning. This is not a class in. I am not an English. I am not an English. Okay, I am a teacher of communication, and I involve everything, not just speech. I talk about everything. Okay, thank you.
My question is that there is one word, schedule. We say this is what is your schedule. But in New Zealand, Australia, this word is pronounced as not schedule. But it is schedule.
No, they say schedule.
But in Canada, it's schedule.
It's different. So which is correct? if you go by what he's saying, that every country will have its own diktat. What I'm saying is, speak in the manner in which your country, everybody follows you. What is the point in speaking like a Canadian in Chandigarh? We use British English.
Canada,
Yeah.
one of my friends.
You come here because they can't hear you.
She asked me, "What is your schedule of today?"
Yes.
But they say schedule.
We say schedule.
Yeah.
Similarly, envelope and envelope.
Yeah.
We use the word envelope, and in some countries they use the word envelope. So both could be correct, both could be incorrect, looking at the perfection of language, but the message should go across. We use British English, so we say schedule.
So I happened to visit New Zealand because of my sons over there, and there they people they speak what is your schedule of today.
Schedule.
So
Yes.
first of all, I was confused.
You were confused and you could not understand whether
Right.
what they are saying you could not understand.
Yeah.
So we have to speak in a manner in which everybody understands us.
Because their pronunciation is.
There everybody understands that. Yes. Yes. Thank you very much. Any other? Thank you, ma'am. Any other center if they want to ask it? We are closing, sir.
Yes. Is there any question from any other center? Or we break for the lunch then? But before we break for the lunch, let me, on behalf of all the rural centers participants and on the behalf of participants here and on behalf of NLTPTR, thank ma'am. Very nice articulation. Yes?
No, here.
I think from want to ask.
Oh, I think his mic is.
Sir, they want question.
We have हमारी आवाज है?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
This is Anubhuti from NIEC Delhi. May I ask one question regarding effective communication or effective speaking?
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, I just wanted to ask that for effective speaking, what should be the rate of speech? Generally, what should be the rate of speech of a speaker?
150 words. 150 is optimum. 150 to 200 words is good. But 150, I would like it slow.
Yeah.
Yeah?
We are confused, ma'am. So, generally,
Not saying anything.
I would say somebody has center switch off your mic.
सर ये उनके
No, I'm not saying it.
मैम आप माइक ऑन है
सर इसके सेंटर
आपके सेंटर्स की ही माइक ऑन है
तो सर वो बोल रहे हैं
वो आपका जो हाँ अभी अब ठीक हो गया ये अब आपको हमारी आवाज आ रही है
सर बट
सर जब वो बात करेंगे तो इको आ रही है उन्हें ना फोन करके बोला भी है कि स्पीकर दूर रखिए
ओके
करनी
आपको अब हमारी आवाज आ रही है मैम
मैम सर आज लेगी जब उनका
ओके let me just we have this that on an average 150 per minute is a good speed for speaking effectively.
That's it, not saying it.
Is it all right?
yes, sir, yes. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much.
And now I think now we can go for the lunch and come back at 2:15, I would say. Now it is already 2:07. We come back after lunch at 2:15. I request all the coordinators to kindly make sure that all the participants are present at 2. Yes.
Just 7 minutes for lunch.
It's one.
It's 1 hour.
At 2:15, we will reassemble for the next session on presentation skills. Thank you so much.
Hello, Nadran College. Hello. Hello, Nadran College. Hello. In बोलो चंचल माइक ओपन
ऑडिटोरियम ना स्पीकर बार-बार उसे
Thank you very much. Excellent participation.
क्या हुआ? आपको कुछ चाहिए? लो। क्या दिक्कत है निकला? लेकिन दर्शक चलता है कहीं यहाँ बैठ के चल जाएगा। मुझे आना पड़ेगा। आऊंगा थोड़ी इंटरेस्ट। बीच में जो है कहाँ जा रहा है? क्या करना चाहिए? ऊपर नीचे दो बीच होती है जिससे ऊपर जाए ऊपर वाली की होती है।
इसमें आ जाए इसकी हाँ अब ठीक है इसकी ब्राइटनेस जो के लिए बात बढ़िया या कम कर दो कम कर दो चलिए बस छोड़ दे अब कंट्रास्ट पे जाए इन दोनों की सेटिंग हटानी पड़ेगी ब्राइटनेस की कंट्रास्ट की जीरो ले ले जीरो पे ले ना ना बढ़ा रुक जाओ और चलो और चलिए वापस ले वापस ले चल वापस कर कम कर खत्म कर हल्का सा बढ़ा बस शार्पनेस पे देखो इससे तो कोई फर्क ही ना पड़ता नीचे आ जाएगा वो होगा देखिए क्या होगा ब्लैक एंड व्हाइट में ज्यादा है तो ठीक है नीचे वाले को आता है ना उसको वापस कर दिया अब नीचे आ जाए अब कर यहाँ से छेड़ दिया था लूज ऑफ कर दिया बिल्कुल लूज ऑफ हो जा रहा है ऊपर वाला भी बड़ा है 50 से ऊपर रख दे 51 बार में छोड़ दे दोनों ऊपर वाले मेन दबा
पढ़ा जा रहा है नीचे पढ़ा भी जा रहा है इसमें खराब हो गया
मैं पता कैसे चेक करा इस बार यूजर अंडू के दोनों बटन देख रहा था यहाँ पर मुझे विजिबल हो गया मैंने वहां रुकवा दिया
अंदर चार टूल लिखा हुआ है ना पहले
मेरे अंडू वाले में देख रहा था पिक्चर उसकी फोटो अब थोड़ी सी दिख रही है मुझे कि हाँ ये अंडू के
अंडू वाले
जहाँ क्रॉस बन रहा है उससे नेक्स्ट
अच्छा ये मैं टूल पढ़ रहा था
अच्छा इसमें देख इसकी डिस्प्ले में सेटिंग होती है अभी कैसे इसकी
डिस्प्ले में सेटिंग में जाओ
इसमें मैं ऐसा
ये है ना पहले तो
ऊपर वाला मैं ऐसे नीचे लेके क्रॉस हो जाएगा इससे मैं इससे कर दूंगा इस अब हाँ लगा उसको नीचे तो ले पहले से
ना थोड़ी होगा ऊपर होगा
जरा नीचे खींच लेना जब दिख जाएगा तो आपका चल लगा उसको अरे ऊपर को रख थोड़ा सा हाँ आपका दबा इस पे बटन
ये है ना ये ऊपर वाला
वो थोड़ी होता है यार ये होती है स्क्रीन इसके ऊपर ही होते हैं इससे नेक्स्ट चल इससे नेक्स्ट वाले पे चल
अरे कहाँ आ गया ये होते हैं ना
हाँ
ये लाल है ये वो है ये नहीं है
ये वाला दबा दे यार मैं तुझे कैमरा कहते तू बार-बार इसी पे क्लिक करे आ गया
ये लाल ऊपर चलो नीचे चलो
अपने उधर को खींच लेफ्ट हैंड की तरफ अपने ऊपर अगर थोड़ा सा फिर वहीं आ गया इससे हाँ ये दबा इसे फिर वहीं पे दबाता है उस पे भी आ गया तू पे टुल्लू है
कर दिया ना
कर दिया ना तू भी है थोड़ा सा काम है
अब क्या करो राइट क्लिक करो या कंप्यूटर में जाओ
लेफ्ट क्लिक कर
तो राइट क्लिक करेंगे
इसकी रेजोल्यूशन आ जाए नीचे इस पे हाँ
ये कितना है
ये वाला लेके आ इधर उसे रहने दे इससे नीचे वाला रेजोल्यूशन है ये
कितना है
बस रहने नहीं छोड़ दे इससे भी
ठीक है कैंसिल
लोग के सब बस क्लोज मार दे
और
ऊपर में ज्वाइन करा दे मीमा इसकी में जो
ये तो दिखना ही बंद हो गया मिला मिला मिला।
इसे मत कर, इससे पहले वाला था। मैक्सिमाइज कर दे। लैपटॉप का फेट देखो जिसका काम करता है। बढ़िया चमक रहा है। साइड वाली जला दो, बीच की मत जला इसके ऊपर, तो ये है ना, उनसे इतने इफेक्ट नहीं आता। बस इधर वाली भी इस साइड की जला दे, वो मत जला, वो जला बीच की।
Hello, Nadra College. Hello.
नहीं ये ऑफ कर दे रहा है ये। हाँ ठीक, इधर वाली ऑफ करो।
Hello, Nadra India Engineering College. Hello.
हेलो
हेलो यस सर, अभी मुझे टेस्ट करना था सर, ऑडियो वीडियो अभी ठीक आ रही है, इको तो नहीं आ रहा?
नहीं सर, इको तो नहीं आ रहा, तो बिल्कुल।
हाँ जी सर, अभी ठीक है सर, यही सेटअप रखिएगा।
ठीक है सर।
हाँ जी सर, थैंक यू सर।
ओके।
अभी नहीं।
Hello.
वो लड़कों को वो देंगे सिग्नेचर करना। वही लोग आते हैं।
A very good afternoon to everybody. Welcome back after the lunch. We will be starting our session very shortly. Let me just check out with one of the centers whether you are able to hear us properly or no. Can we go to NIET Greater Noida? आपको हमारी आवाज आ रही है विपिन जी? हमें आपकी आवाज नहीं आ रही।
सर एक मिनट
आ रही है सर, आ रही है, अब आई है।
You are able to see the PowerPoints also? You are able to see the PowerPoints also, Vipin ji?
Sir, you are able to see the PowerPoints also?
Yeah, we are able to see it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can we go to?
We can see it.
Can we go to Dronacharya also?
Yes, sir.
द्रोणाचार्य में आपको हमारी आवाज और पावरपॉइंट दिखाई दे रही है?
जी हाँ
ओके
आ रही है।
थैंक यू सो मच एंड आई थिंक आई assume that the other centers will also be able to hear us and see the powerpoints. Well friends, in the morning we had a very nice session on articulation and pronunciation. Though I mentioned in my program the word phonetics, but phonetics cannot be taught in one day, in one session. And but then we talked about the pronunciation, in which the knowledge of phonetics is essential. But then it cannot be taught through the ICT mode. And some other day, when we have an in-house program on communication skills, maybe we can talk in details about the phonetics. But in this session, a very important session for all the teachers, and I would say the students also, will be talking about how to make an effective presentation. Well friends, let me start by saying that we all have to make presentations, not only teachers, the students, even in the professional life or in the personal lives also, we have to make the presentations. When we are presenting ourselves to anybody, to maybe another person, or maybe a group of person, or maybe a large gathering, we are actually making ourselves present. We are actually making a presentation. Maybe even if we are silent, still we are presenting ourselves. That's why I say that when our students appear for an interview, besides the question answer, there is a lot of emphasis on how the student is carrying himself or herself and how he is presenting himself. Even in the resume, how he presents his resume. Even in the group discussion, in any occasion you think about, when you are meeting, let us say, your principal or your director or anybody, or your junior even, or your colleague, you are actually presenting yourself. But in this session, we'll be focusing largely on public speaking. That is how you present yourself in the seminars, in the classrooms, or in a large gathering. And there are important aspects of presentation which I will be trying to cover up in this session.
Yes.
Yes. The goal of every presentation is that every audience, your target group, as I mentioned in my presentations on communication skill also, target audience is the key. In the presentation skills also, you have to be aware, and the goal is that your target audience, that is your listeners, or to whom you are making a presentation, they should be in good cheers. And underneath I have written this should be their body language. This should be their non-verbal cue, which should be able to tell you that whether you have made a good presentation or no. And believe me, each one of us can make a good presentation, and this is the response each one of you can get from your target audience. Underneath I have written a quote here: a good orator can speak on anything, a great one on nothing. What does it mean? What Madam Archana ma'am has said, and my other speakers, expert speakers here has said also, that though the contents are very important, I mean, I do not underweight the importance of the contents. But if you are a really great speaker, even if your substance or your contents are a little less, you can still make a mark on your listeners or your target audience. Let me give you the outlines of my presentation in this session. I will be talking about preparation and practice, tone and body language. I will be not touching too much in details because we already had a session on articulation, pronunciation, and also on non-verbal communication. But then some important aspects I would like to cover here also. Then perfect PowerPoint, since we are using this media as a largely nowadays in formal presentations, maybe in the classroom or in the seminar conferences and other places also. So how to make a perfect PowerPoint. I will be touching some aspects of flip charts and whiteboards also, whiteboard or blackboards also. Then facing nervousness and fears, how to overcome them. Then dealing with questions and interruptions. At the end of the presentation or maybe during the presentation itself, there may be certain questions, how to handle those questions and how to handle the interruptions if you are having any interruptions in that. My dear friends, I will make 4 quotes before you. Kindly go through these quotes. If you understand the spirit of these quotes, my half the job on this session is done. Mark Twain is a very famous author in the English literature. He said that it takes more than 3 weeks to prepare a good impromptu speech. Mark the words, even if you are asked to give an impromptu, which means even if you are asked to give a extempore on the spot speech, according to Mark Twain, he said that it takes more than 3 weeks of preparation. The spirit behind this quote is that the preparation is the key. Planning and preparation is the key for a good presentation. And Madam Archana also said in the morning that if somebody is making good presentation, make sure, you should be sure about it, that he or she has done good homework for them. This is what the Mark Twain said. Then the second quote, again an authority in English literature, G.B. Shaw. He said that the biggest problem with communication is the illusion that it has been accomplished. As I mentioned in the first day also, that there will always be a gap, and we are always having an illusion that whatever I wanted to communicate has been communicated. There is always a gap between I, me, and myself even. When, let us say there will be a gap between what I am going to say to others, even when I am talking to myself, there is always a communication gap in that also. So this factor also have to be kept in mind, that you should be very clear in your own concepts very well and understand that there will be always perceptual, contextual, or some other gaps which can be there between you and your audience. So this factor also has to be kept in mind. Then the third quote by W.B. Yeats is written that I always think a great speaker convinces us not by force of reasoning, but because he is visibly enjoying the beliefs he wants us to accept. If your own consciousness, whatever you are trying to present to others, if you are convinced about that, you have a conviction within your own self about that, hopefully your audience will be able to appreciate and understand what you want to say. This is a prerequisite. So you must be able to enjoy me. Here means you should be able to have a conviction what you want to say to the other. If you do not believe it yourself, your audience will never believe it. Take it from me. Then the fourth quote, again by Mark Twain, he said that better to keep your mouth shut and appear ignorant than open it and remove all doubts. If you are not very clear about a subject or a topic or anything, people may think that if you are silent about it, People may think that you may be knowing or you may not be knowing. People are in doubt. But if you are not very clear and you open your mouth, you keep on saying, keep on dwelling upon that subject or topic again and again, over and over again, then you remove the doubt. People understand that you do not know anything. So this is another very important aspect of making a presentation when you're talking to an audience. Let me try to summarize what we have gathered from all these 4 quotes here. Can we go to the PowerPoint? Number 1, preparation and practice. But he said, even for the impromptu speech, you require 3 weeks of preparation. That means preparation and practice. We will be talking in details about the preparation and practice also. Then, good communication. We have talked about that. We will be talking in details also here again. Then, conviction. But you should be having conviction what you want to say. You must believe yourself, first of all. Then number 4th, again, Mark Twain said that be substantial. If you do not have substance, keep your mouth shut. Let them have an illusion whether you know the subject or not. So these are the 4 guiding principles. If you keep them in mind, hopefully you will be able to make good presentation. Preparation, practice, good communication, conviction, and be substantial. Get your contents very, very clear to you. Now, what makes a good presentation? Few things on this. Number 1 is divide into groups. Wherever possible, if you are able to, again, the emphasis in this particular point is that if you are able to group your audience into certain categories and address to their needs and requirements. For example, if there is a heterogeneous group of young children and as well as the old people, if you can segregate somehow and address them separately, your examples, your logics, your everything will be depend on that group. But if it is a heterogeneous group, is unavoidable, then it is a separate issue. In your classroom situations, for example, you already have the specified groups. There will be civil engineers or electrical engineering students or management students or electronics or computer science students, and then the same age group. Within those groups also, if you are having a large population, I have seen in many universities and many engineering colleges nowadays, they try to have section A to section C, D, E, F, depending on the number of students they are having. If you can somehow bring out that these are the brilliant students, they require different kind of treatment. These are little low performing students, they require a different kind of treatment. What happens is if you are in your classroom situation especially, if you are going at a very low level, the bright students are getting bored, they may not be able to appreciate what you want to say. Even in the same group of civil engineering or students or mechanical engineering students, if you can somehow, I remember in my school days, for example, in DAV school, Chandigarh, there used to be section C and D, which was for the bright student. You have to score very high to be in section C or section D. And the kind of examples, the exercises given to us in those 2 sections was much higher in difficulty level. But then, if the same examples and exercises were given to the dull students, little low performing students, I would say, they won't come to the class anyway. So, if you are able to divide the group, that would be a very good idea. Maybe male and female difference also. Sometimes it is a good idea to have a separate sessions for the ladies and for the men. If it, wherever, I mean, depending on the situations, you can think of the different groups. Your examples, your exercises, your case study presentation, your discussions, everything will make a difference if you are able to divide the group. Then understand what makes a presentation good. Try to understand the nitty-gritties, what really it is that makes a presentation good. I, in this session, will give you a model which is used internationally by many organizations, which makes a presentation good. Ultimate aim of any presentation is to make the audience convinced, inspired, and make them ready to undertake some action. The action must result as a, the action must follow as a result of your presentation. We'll be talking about that model also in this presentation. Then something to think about. Certain things have to be kept in mind. Let us think about those things. What are those things? Number one is the presenter, the resources available to the presenter, and the structure of your presentation. These things have to be thought about to make a good presentation. Now we'll be talking in details about all of them. Now this slide, look at the pictures and the resources. The very first picture on the left hand side, here, the very first picture, this is the presenter and he has a rostrum or the podium in front of him. Do you see his position, how he stands, his posture? He is not leaning on the rostrum. I would say 9 out of 10 people do that mistake. They try to lean, they try to hold it very tightly. Can we just put the camera on this? I have seen many people holding the rostrum like this or leaning it on like this. Yeah, you know, there is a erect, upright posture as shown in this figure, which has to be kept in mind. And also one important thing I like to put a word of caution here is that the rostrum is not for you to rest your arms or your shoulders or anything. It is only for the material you are carrying. If some notes are there, you can keep it there. You can keep it there, refer to the notes, but you do not have to read from the notes all the time. But you can always keep some material on the notes, on the rostrum or on the podium. Then the public address system. Man, can I have that mic here? It's a problem for that. I find that again, yes, how to handle the PS system is also a thing to be noted. Many people make a mistake. They will try to bring it as close to their mouths as possible, or very, very distant. When what happens? Abhi Dr. Archana Arsing ne aapse baat kari. When you are speaking, you are breathing out. Your all speech is controlled by your breath. And when you are keeping it very close to your mouth, besides the word which you are pronouncing, that breath is also going out. So जो आपकी आवाज है वो उसमें ऐसे करके आवाजें आती रहती हैं. Sometimes you will find that many people they make mistake. They keep it very close to the mouth. There are special kind of microphones used by the commentators in the sports or when they are singing, which can eliminate, filter that breath and then let the sound go. But conventionally, when we are making a presentation, it will not. You are not using those kind of highly sophisticated microphones, so you never hold it close to your mouth. And also, do not keep it too far away. Also, the best position to hold the PS system is to bring it near your chin, so that the breath is going away, your sound waves travel and they are caught by the PS. I hope this point is clear to you. Going back to the slide here again. So PS system, these are the resources. You know, just now we talked about the things to be kept in mind. The resources available, whether you are having a rostrum or you have a PS system. Then the other resources is your PowerPoint projection system. Make sure that it works. Test it before and make sure the power supply and other things are not causing any problem. The best alternative would be to keep a plan B ready. That is, if your PowerPoint system fails, you must carry the printed form of your slides to take a guidance on structuring of your presentation. PowerPoints are only a medium, a tool which can be used by the presenter to structure his presentation and to save the time otherwise you will be using whiteboard or the blackboard. And then the structure of the presentation we'll be talking in details. This right hand side, bottom right hand side picture shows if there are group presentations nowadays, especially in the industries, when you are making presentations, there are group presentations. In your case also, when the students are going for the projects or the internships or the industrial training, and if there is a group lab work, they make the group presentations. So you must structure it very well and understand that who will be speaking what part and how you will be handling the question answer or the queries from the your target audience. We'll be talking about the structure little later. Now, there are certain ethics of being a good speaker. Very, very simple things, but we must understand there are ethics involved in everything to do. For being a good speaker, there are certain ethics. I will try to cover those things here. Very simple things, but we often overlook this, and because of this, we do not make a right kind of impact on our presentations. Number one is be prepared. Never go to Dr. Pooniyam the first day also said, never go to your class if you are not in a mood or you are not prepared very well. So in any presentation, be very, very prepared. Preparation is the first ethics. Be accurate and honest. Whatever, to the best of your ability, try to gather most accurate facts, verify it, cross-check them, and then you present it in the class. And be honest. Say in the class very clearly. For example, I just now gave you 4 quotes, and I told you who has said that. It is not Professor Singla who has said that. Mark Twain, G.B. Shah, Yeats, those people have said those things. So be honest. The source of your information which you are gathering, which you are presenting to the students also, or to any audience. Be accurate and honest. Reveal your source. Give credit where it is due. And the fourth one is be on time. Even if you have a feeling that your audience may not be on time, this is the culture, that is the thing that you think. The teacher have to be always on time. I am being reminded of a teacher in our college who was always on time. At 9 o'clock his lecture is there. You will find him at 9 o'clock in the classroom. He was so much punctual and dedicated that he never, in his 35 years of service in the college, not taken a single CL. He said, because it is mentioned that I must deliver 16 weeks, so many hours have to be given to the students as an input. That is my responsibility, and I have to be giving that kind of hours to the students. And ऐसा नहीं है कि उनकी जिंदगी के अंदर दुख सुख नहीं आए, उनको कभी बीमारी नहीं हुई, but he will make sure that whatever may happen, चाहे वो किसी की marriage है, चाहे किसी को कुछ भी है, so many hours of instruction have to be given to the student, and he was so particular about it. But then punctuality is something which is the basic ethics in the presentation. So these 4 things you remember. Number 1, preparation, accurate and honest, reveal your sources, give credit where it is due, and be on time. ये very very कर दी sound.
नहीं सर वो आंसर पिक खींच रहे हैं.
सर क्लिप्स ले रहे हैं.
PPTs. नहीं सर वही अपने सेंटर से कर रहे हैं.
Somebody doing that.
Yes sir.
Okay, now we have been talking about a lot about the preparation. Let me say here the importance of preparation. If you are asked to run a 400-meter race, how much practice you require? A lot. If you have not practiced that much, what can happen? You can pack up your muscles. And maybe for weeks together, you may not be able to even walk even. Isn't so? So that is the importance of preparation. Normally, in any national or international level of athletic meets, there is a stadium where the athletic meet is taking place. 400-meter track is there. A equal length of track is also parallel to it, very nearby, so that the players who come for the participation, they are practicing on that track with the same kind of climatical conditions and other things also. And that's what I like to say here, very close to, if it is practically possible for you to try to practice in the same conditions. Let us say you are going to give a lecture in a particular hall, go to that hall, whatever resources are available, even if your audience is not there, try to give a mock presentation there first. This will be the best thing to do. And lot of preparation other than that is required. Those, 5 W's and 1 H on the slide, you can see that. Let me just say, preparation is the key. The key message must be conveyed to the audience. Many times what happens is that we keep on beating about the bush, but we do not focus on the key message. Key message is the important part in your preparation. You must identify that this is my key message. On this, Madam Anand has talked to you iMessage. That key message must be highlighted. All your presentation should revolve around that key message you want to give to the student in your presentation. Be conscious about your audience. We have talked about that. And the time factor. You must be aware of your time, be in time, and also the length of your presentation, how much time it can take. In the preparation time, you must be preparing for how much time is available to you. And if during the presentation itself you find that you are exceeding the time in discussions or examples or in case studies, in question answer or in any form, you have to modify your course. Modify your course midway. We say that midway means when you are in the midst of the presentation and you have to be conscious about the time, and if you feel that you won't be able to complete as you have prepared, then you can modify your presentation stuff. And then in that case, you focus on the key things and leave the rest for the audience to refer to the notes or the references which you should also give. Then in the preparation, you prepare for the resources required to make the presentation. I have talked about the resources earlier, so I will not go into the details of that here. And then close or conclusion. 2 important things. Number 1 is your intro, that is your introduction. Number 2 is your conclusion. Both have to be very good. Your introduction should be full of inspiration, drawing the attention and inspiring people to listen to you, to be with you on this presentation. Then your close, your summarization should be quite impactful. Even if they have missed out everything in the conclusion, if your conclusion is very good, that can leave an everlasting impact. Even if your presentation is very good, if your conclusion is very weak, your impact that can be a very, very I would say slow presentation in terms of its impact on the audience. So the punchlines should be in the introduction and also towards the conclusion. Now, structuring the presentation and checklist, here it is. As in case of any kind of report, I will be talking about the report tomorrow, or any lecture, every single lecture, every single presentation must have 3 sections. Number 1 is introduction, information, then recapitulation, or what we call as conclusion. Prepare everything you need in advance. Whatever things, I require a PA system there, I require a whiteboard, I require a PowerPoint presentation system, whatever things, or if you are using some props or some graphs or certain other things, some figures, some charts, you must be in advance preparing for everything. Then check on the day that everything works. There can be still some technological failure, but at least on that particular day, again, check that everything works. Now, preparing the contents. Why I am giving you 3 points or 4 points. Normally, I have seen that 3 points are easier for anyone to remember. As long as the phone numbers were in 3 digits, we were able to recall every phone number. The moment it shifted to four numbers, then 5 numbers, nowadays most of the cities have 7-digit number, and all your mobile numbers are in 10 digits. It's very hard for an ordinary person to remember. So this is another clue I am giving you when you're making presentation. Whatever points you want your audience to remember, give them in 3 figures. 3 A's, for example, here for preparing the contents. Number 1 is your audience. The first A stands for audience. Analyze your audience, that who is going to be my audience, whom I'm going to address. Then define what action you want them to take. As I said, your presentation must result in certain action. The outcome. What should be the outcome? They should be able to derive this. They should be able to calculate. They should be able to analyze. They should be able to make this. They should be able to fabricate. They should be able to execute. What are the actions required as the outcome of your presentation? Define it very well. Then you arrange your arguments. Argument here means your logical reasoning, directing them towards that action, to move them or to take that action. So these 3 A's, I will not develop too much upon now in details about all this. You understand it very well. But then it's a good idea to deal little bit in details about the audience. What are their names, titles, backgrounds, the reason for attending, etc. Why they are here for. What are their big concerns? What are their needs? What are their issues? If you are not addressing them, then again you are losing your audience concentration of their minds. What are their objectives, fears, hot buttons, and here I have used the word hot buttons. What do you mean by hot buttons? Anyone from the audience here? What could be the hot buttons of the audience? Areas of interest, yes. Hot buttons. What we use as the hot button?
जो इंटरेस्ट की चीज है बिल्कुल एग्जैक्टली
I like to clarify it here. When I use the word hot buttons, there are certain words and phrases which can be very sensitive to your audience. For example, if I am going to Kashmir to give a presentation there are certain hot buttons which can arouse their emotions, and they may take me, they may label me as a some different person. Or if I am going to south, down south, there can be certain, if I analyze my audience there, I know my audience very well, I know that these are the hot buttons about which they are very, very sensitive. Then I will be very careful when I am making the presentation. Your sensitivity on certain issues, if you know that, then accordingly you will be making your preparation. Are you getting it? Yes. It happens with every kind of audience. Yes. Even in Punjab, if I go to Punjab, if I talk about certain things, certain issues there, I must be aware that what are the
virus
hot buttons
database has been updated.
All right. Then, what are their perception of you, your institution, your organization? That makes a lot of difference. Again, it is we are trying to analyze the audience. What are their questions likely to be? Anticipate what can be the issues, what can be the questions which are in mind. Try to imbibe those questions, answer to those questions in your presentation itself, so that they are not in doubt. What is personally at stake for them? Personally, individually, what is at stake for them? If you hear to any speech, at the end of my presentation here today, I am going to give you one video again. We are going to play one video about maybe at around 7 minutes to 4 or around 4 o'clock. Whatever time is I am going to conclude. In that, the person who is addressing his audience has certain thing in mind, and there are so many things at stake. Maybe when you are addressing a student, for them, getting an appropriate employment is at stake. They must know that if I do not understand the materials, I may not get a job. I do not understand the processes. I do not understand the quality parameters. I do not understand, ABC aspects of this topic. So what is at stake for them? Or they may not score very high. So you must be able to understand their stakes. Then how much detail do they? Too much detailing in the presentation can also be dangerous. Leave something for the audience to think about. You must have some channels open in your presentation in which, through those channels, they can think on the subject. And if you do not give the basics, they cannot think even. So you have to be having you must understand the audience, how much detail they will be needing, depending on their age, their maturity, their prerequisite qualifications, acquired qualifications, all those things. Again, the perception level. What I'm trying to say here is the perception level of your audience. What is concrete to them? What is abstract to them? Now, define what action you are expecting as the outcome of your presentation. Define in terms of the audience, not in your own terms. Even if it is your own term, convert your terms into the terms of audience. Even if you want that the audience should take this action, let the audience have a feeling that they wanted to have this action to be taken. Then what will they feel, believe, do after hearing your talk? Define it very clearly. Then your arguments, arranging your arguments. If it is possible, shake hands physically with your audience. If not with all of them, maybe a few of them. Develop a rapport mentally. Even if you are not able to shake hands, sometimes there is a lot of physical gap between you and the audience. You are on the stage, the audience is on the other side. It's always a good idea to develop certain kind of rapport. You must have seen even in the public speeches where there is a large group of audience. The person who is going to address thousands of people together, he will like to come near the audience and shake hands with a few of them. Have you seen the people in the reality shows, the singers and all those people? They try to mingle with the audience. Audience should not feel that you are just somebody very, very high up and you don't belong to us. आपको तो पता ही नहीं हमारी क्या जरूरतें हैं कैसे नहीं है. So mentally developing a rapport is very important. And then get to the point. Do not keep on beating about the bush. Do not keep it guessing to them. I would say within 5 to 7 seconds of your presentation, when the attention period of the audience is very, very high, you should be able to give your central theme of the there and then, within 5 to 7 seconds of your presentation. Present your theme. Now, this fourth point is very important. Tell them what you want to tell. Tell them what you want to tell. You are here for this purpose. Complete your purpose. The second line is more important. Tell them that you have to. So again, it's pointing to what? The second line points to what? Anyone from the audience here? Tell them that you have told. It points to what? It points to your concluding, your recapitulation. You must be able to tell them that you have told what you came to tell them. All right. So recapitulation here. Again, the impact. This is a very key factor in the presentation. Your argument. You keep on arguing, and then in the end you conclude and say that you have said this. Even in the letter writing also, even in the report writing also, we always conclude whatever we have said. We'll be talking about that maybe tomorrow also. Then develop your agenda point by point. Everything related to that subject, point by point. You know, when you're making arguments, no point should be left undealt with, unanalyzed. Every single point, every single issue and concern has to be dealt with. Then summarize and implement. We have talked about that in detail, so we will not go on here. Now, we have been talking about the practice. Practice your presentation. Few things on that. Practice in front of the friends, people, your family member. Maybe you will like to have a video recording. Nowadays, everyone has access to the mobile phones. And review, preferably in the venue. If you can practice, go to the venue earlier. Let me share one thing here. Many of the experts which you are hearing, to whom we are hearing here, they came here for the practice before you came. At least when they came for the first time for making an ICT program, I told them that you are going to make a presentation like this. They went to a studio and then they, maybe not full lecture, but maybe a part of the lecture, they did the practicing. And I have seen many people doing like this, and it is reflected in the good presentations. And it is a good idea to catch hold of your good friend or maybe your family member, maybe your mother, who may not understand anything about the subject, but let her be a good audience for you to give. She will be able to give you some good points. I'm sure about that. 6 things that do not work. We have talked about that. Then timings. We have talked about that also. In the practice, it is very important that you must be able to say that how much time I have taken. Be sure that if you are practicing for 40 minutes, your actual presentation will be taking little lesser time if you go by that particular sequence. Then gets you used to being in front of the, it also helps you in getting out of the nervousness also. We'll be talking about that also in the later also. Now giving the presentation itself, we'll be talking about that. We have been talking about this. It has been overemphasized earlier also. Let me repeat it here in the presentation skills also, that only a small portion comes from what you have to say. How you say is the most important aspect of your postures and gestures. We had a full session on non-verbal communication, and Madam Marchana also has talked to you about postures and gestures. Your posture, I have given you some hints on when you're using the podium or otherwise also, should be upright, your shoulder pulled back, your chest out. Next stage, your backbone should be straight, and your gesture should be natural, in line with the spirit or the emotions of your presentations. Do not overdo anything. Do not pre-plan. Let it come as naturally as possible. But then they strengthen your presentation. Then the voice modulation. We have talked in details again on articulation pronunciation. Your voice modulation. If you just stand on the corner and on the same speed, same volume, same pace, you keep on speaking, after some time, however good your presentation may be, people will be sleeping. So you have to add a little drama to it, maybe sometimes. Even if it is not naturally coming to you, add some drama to it. You have to modulate your voice. I will be giving you one study on this also, that how you modulate your voice. Then again, do not rush through your. Even if let us say you are having some contents like 80 PowerPoints, maybe you cover 30 of them, maybe you cover 20 of them, but do not rush through. Whatever you cover, develop on that and explain it very well. Now, some tips for the public speaking. On some occasion or the other, we all have to address the, may it be a small public speaking exercise. Suppose I ask one of you to express vote of thanks for the speaker. We will try to do that tomorrow morning. Okay? And I have done that exercise number of times, and I have seen even the experienced teachers, they fumble, they fall short of time, they get nervous. So there are, I mean, it's the smallest exercise possible is that somebody has spoken and you are just expressing your vote of thanks. Or you are being asked to introduce the speaker or just welcome the audience. or maybe the full speech itself. There are certain things in that. We all have to do the public speaking at one occasion or the other, and all teachers are public speakers anyway. When you are talking to the students, you are addressing the public. This is not your personal gathering there. Even in the informal meetings and occasions also, you are speaking to the public. Number one tip is breathe deeply. Do not try to, I mean, जैसे आपके होते हैं ना कि वो सांस चढ़ जाता है, सांस फूल जाती है. That is audible to the people. Even if it's not audible, people can feel you're running out of the breath due to many reasons. Again, this is the first thing, that deep breathing helps you in that. Number one and two is take your time. Do not be in a hurry, do not be in a rush. Take your time for everything you want to say. You are not going to forget what you are going to say. Take your time to say what you have come to say. Then test the microphone. How you test it? हम हमेशा सुनते हैं ना, कभी भी अपना पब्लिक एड्रेस सिस्टम में बात करनी होती है. 1 2 3 testing 1 2 3. How is the echo? Try to test from at least all corners of the audience, and especially in the front rows. Am I not being too loud? Am I not being too low? Not too low for the backbenchers and not too loud for the front seaters. And we have a phrase, we say loud and clear. When we want to make sure that our voice is reaching to the audience, we always ask the question, am I being loud and clear? Loud and clear. Let me say here, loud is not always clear. And loudness can have its own effect also. If you are being too loud, it can break down the nervous system of the people also. It can affect their nervous system. After some time, they will go off if you are trying to be too loud. And if it is too low, people are not able to, people have to make a lot of effort to what you are going to say, then also it can create a problem. So test your microphones if you are using microphone. Even if you are not using microphone, test your voice level, where it is appropriate. Since my voice is now, I'm having my back towards all of you, so I'm speaking a little loud. And I got a feedback from the audience also that the mic is on that laptop, so I'm trying. Normally in the classroom I won't be that loud. Okay. Then the fourth point is smile. Keep a good gesture on your good gesture on your face. That is your smile. But if the content, the sentiment of your contents are serious in nature, then avoid smiling there. Let us say if the newsreader are telling you that so many people have died in so and so accident and smiling all the time. I meant to say you have to be judicious. Professor साहब ने कहा था smile करना ऐसा नहीं होना चाहिए. But generally speaking, a little smile on the face will keep your audience in a good cheer, in a good wits. That should be the guide. Now, giving the presentation, starting from the clothing, comfortable and appropriate. I am being reminded of a very good teacher. I attended his lecture in IIT Roorkee. He was a good sportsman and a professor in the IIT Roorkee. He was a triathlon national champion, and he gave lecture on the similar topic related to the presentation skills. And I would like to share what he said about clothing. He said that, have you ever seen any athlete in a suit, in leather shoes, in tie, wearing a tie, a coat, a pant, a leather belt, and leather shoes? No, we do not see them then. It's not appropriate for that. Similarly, if I come in my shorts, in my sports shoes, it will not be appreciated. And in nowadays, many teachers even, they feel that you don't look cool if you are little formally dressed. I would say it doesn't matter if you don't look. little overdressing is better than underdressing in the classroom situations, in the formal setting of, and also should be comfortable in that. For example, I know I'm telling you a real example here. One of my friends, he wanted to go for a conference. On the night before, he came to my home. He said, "Can I borrow your corduroy coat you were wearing on that occasion?" I said, "Okay, I can borrow you. What is the occasion? Are you going to some marriage or something?" He said, "Okay, tomorrow morning I have to address so and so gathering." And believe me, he was much thinner than me. I said, "Okay, but this coat will not fit in you, my dear. I don't want to annoy you by refusing you." He might be thinking that I am refusing him to lend my coat to him. But then this coat is not as per your size. But then it is up to you want to carry it to know. He carried it, and believe me, everybody in the audience was looking more on his coat, that whose coat he is wearing, his grandfather's coat or grandma, his father's coat or somebody's coat, and you yourself are not comfortable. So he was all the time, tying the button here. कभी वो coat को ऐसे करे, कभी वो ऐसे करे. His own attention was on the coat all the time. Next day. So it is good idea to be wearing a comfortable clothes. Even if you have to borrow, make sure that it fits in you very well. And even if you are wearing a new suit first time, try it out once before. It should be comfortable and that way. Then you maintain your eye contact. Maintain the eye contact with your audience. You are addressing the audience. Each one of the audience must have a feeling through your eye contact that you are addressing him or her. The best guideline for this is that you can start with the middle of your audience, then slowly shift your neck, slowly, being unaware of it, to the left, then again to the middle, then to the right, then in the front, then in the back. But then let us put the camera here, sir. मैंने अभी क्या कहा कि you should look at the audience like this, very slowly, but you should not be doing like this, no? सबने कहा था कि अपनी मुंडी को हिलाते रहना वहाँ पर. You are more conscious about your neck here, there, and not conscious. It should come naturally. Every corner of the every person, every individual in the audience must have a feeling that you are talking to the audience. But then it should be coming unconsciously. Initially, with practice, for the practice purposes, you make it this kind of gestures a little cautiously, but then slowly, unconscious. Very, very slow. If you want to use notes, there's no harm in them. Use your notes. Carry them. They help you in structuring your this thing. The key points must be noted on the note. Do not read from the notes all the time, but then you can refer the notes if you need them to be referred to. Then think about when to use the handouts. I said in the first day that I will be giving you handouts about this program. I have not given you in the beginning. I have not given you in the middle also. But if there are certain case studies to be dealt, I would have given you before, so that you are studying the case study, then we'll be discussing about it. And there are, you must, it's also an issue, preferably for every kind of presentation, you should be able to give them handouts. Give them sufficient reading material. There is a lot of things to be talked about on presentation skills, on any topic, on listening skills, on writing skills, on resume writing, interview. We cannot cover all that in 1.5 hours to 2 hours. So I am trying to generate some kind of inspiration among you that this is where you can improve on in your communication skills. And we are trying to give you, sensitize you and give you some tips on certain things. But everything on the earth cannot be given in this small brief period. Handouts are the best solution. And you must know when to use the handouts. So that the people who are interested, who are inspired, whose interests are ignited, they can make use of those handouts and get to the subject. Now, I said first few seconds are the most important, and here the studies say the first 7 seconds 7 seconds is an average length of time you can make the first impression. And my dear, your first impression is your last impression. First impression. How it happens, I do not know. The psychologists, people from psychology, they can, or philosophy, they can, what is the mechanism, I don't know. But the moment you are in the hall, even if you have not uttered a single word up to now, people have already started making perceptions about you. So madam has talked to you about, the barriers, their perception, their first impression. The first 7 seconds is the most important thing. If your first impression is not good, you won't get another chance. Maybe, or may not be. But I'm saying most of the times you don't get another chance to make an impression. I told you, I'm repeating it here, it takes 5 positive encounters to cancel out 1 negative. आपने एक गलती करी, उसको सुधारने के लिए, I have seen many presenters, they make a mistake initially. First, उसने कुछ sentence में भी गलती कर दी. They become conscious कि हमारे से ये mistake हो गई है. And then they forget about all the 45 minutes or 50 minutes of presentation. They keep on trying to rectify that mistake which they have done in the first 7 seconds. So you are again, your own consciousness is again focused too much on that. So be very cautious about that. Warming up before you run a race. You have practiced for a year, and now the race is to start. So you said that you cannot say that I have practiced for a year, now I will run a race. You have to do the warming up. And my dear friends, normally you require about 8 to 10 times of warming up than the actual race time. In any game, you require a lot of warming up. And so is the case even in the case of presentations. So warming up is very important. So we will be talking about the warming up exercises here. It helps you to relax. If you are properly warmed up, I know a professor who used to always bolt his door. वो उनके हम जाते थे अपने कमरे में कोई डाउट्स देके वो कहते थे कि मेरा भी लेक्चर है अभी 30 minutes before the start of any lecture he will bolt his door, be in that state of mind and warm up himself for the presentation. And you have to be in that state of mind and warming up. Then it helps you to be heard. Actually, in the race, it helps you to sound more confident. If you are properly warmed up, you are now ready for the presentation. We'll be talking about that warming up now. Breathe. It will be okay. थोड़ा लंबे सांस लेना अच्छी बात. This is a similar exercise which madam has told you, so kindly read it, and I am sure you will be able to follow this. Deep breathing. When you are inhaling in, count up to 5. When you are inhaling out, count up to 5. Slowly increase it to 6, 10, depending on the capacity of your own individual lungs. You can actually increase the capacity of your lungs by your deep breathing. It helps you in your presentation skills. Then you can always say, before your presentation, before going to the hall, you in your own privacy, while warming up, you can say few hums. So that you do not say that when you are making a presentation. Alright? This loosens your vocal cords and warming them up. And this one we normally, we have been talking about that. Do some tongue twisters, articulate certain words, especially the difficult words in your presentation, and you can get faster and faster. This exercise. And then the fourth one is very important. In warming up, stretch out your, can we go to the camera please? You can stretch out, deep breathe in and breathe. This helps a lot. I have seen when you are making a good presentation, try to do this, you will see that it will be making a difference in your presentation. Now, tongue twisters we will not be doing. I have here a list of tongue twisters, but let me say that there are certain, now if you Google, put their tongue twisters, you will find in any language, try to do some of them. They will help you in overcoming your inhibitions about pronouncing certain words, uttering certain words and phrases. Context of understanding is an important aspect of presentation. Context, we have talked about the audience analysis. Context here means, context I said on the first day also, brevity is the soul of any communication, and context is very important. Context in what context? If you are talking out of context, your audience is going to lose interest. So there you have to be very, very clear about the context, in what context you are talking about. You are having, I talked about the main theme, the main idea, the main action you are expecting the audience. Every argument, every sentence should be in context with that main idea, or idea, whatever we call it. Now, somebody was asking in the audience in the previous session that what should be the speed. Here is a study. Be conscious about this. When you're talking about the context of the audience, be conscious about this study. We think, our mind has a capacity to think about 500 to 600 words per minute. On an average human being, there may be intellectual people like, I know, there was one person in Punjab who has exceptional IQ. He could, his thinking was too good. I mean, if he will ask, let us say, 3 bells to be sounded simultaneously at different pace. After 1 hour, he will tell you how many times you are able to make sound. How many times this man has sound, how many times this man has sound, how many. But that was the exception. That was the exception. But normally, I would say, we have a brain which can comprehend and understand 500 to 600 words per minute. But an average human being can speak 150 to 225 words per minute. There are people like Devanand who used to always speak at a higher pace, and he could maybe go to the level of 250 or 300 words per minute. But then there are slow speakers also, but on an average 150 to 200. And there is a gap now here. You understand that gap? Your mind is having a different capacity, and your listening or your speaking power is having a different capacity. Now, during this gap of about 300 words, your audience mind is going to go somewhere else. Mind cannot be unoccupied. Mind cannot be unoccupied. So it's not your fault. You are making a presentation, you cannot go beyond 150 words, but your audience is having capacity to think 500 words. So there is a gap of 350 words. So their mind will be going somewhere else. If you are not conscious about this gap and engage their attention somewhere in your talk, then you will be losing your. The purpose I am telling you here is that you must engage the audience, get their attention, and retain their attention. How to retain their attention? We will be talking about that. We'll be talking about that also. You must be adding certain stimuli in your presentation. In a normal classroom situation, we have a lot of interactions and all, but due to this ICT-based program, I am not interacting too much with the audience because of the technological problems. But then I am also aware that even in this lecture also, I am not able to add those kind of stimuli and those kind of attention maintainers which are necessary for making a good presenter. Then normal attention span time is 17 to any given time. Even if you are able to get attention, you can say that this is very important. Okay, suddenly you will find your audience is paying your ear. Again, after 17 to 20 seconds, they will lose attention. Again, after 17 to 20. So every few seconds, you must do something to move your audience towards the theme you are going to present. How to get the attention? Why are you doing what you are doing? I have highlighted the word you with different font and size here. You must talk in context with the requirements, the needs, the interests, the aspirations of your audience. You is more important, not me. I am not important, you are important. If you will do this, you will score high. You will be scholarship holder. You will be getting the so-and-so job. You will be able to do this. You will. So, why are you doing what you are doing? Ask them. Let the people feel that, generate an interest in them, that what they are doing, why they are doing it. This can ask questions from them. And who do you want to? You are at this level. What level you want to reach? What do you want to experience? Again, in terms of you, if your presentations are talking about all this, you are getting the attention of the. On the first day, somebody asked how to get the attention of the audience. When do you want to get there? You have certain targets, your goals. When do you want to go there and experience that? Somebody may say that I would like to be CEO of a company. When do you want to go there? When do you want? What are the experiences you're going to have there? And what are you doing now at this moment in order to reach there? And how do you think you can get? If you are able to tell directly or indirectly these questions to your audience, you are getting their attention. If your presentation is not talking about this, in any case they are not getting attention. They are not interested in what are you doing. For example, if I am going to say this thing to any audience other than the classroom, it will be a very different lecture. But I am addressing this to the teachers here so that your presentation in the classroom improves. Your presentation in seminars or in the conferences improves. In the first slide itself, I showed you the picture of the audience. Remember that picture? People were clapping. That was your goal. And I said that each one of you want to achieve that goal. And how do you want to feel? These are the attention grabbers. How to keep the attention? Use vocal variety, that is the modulation of the voice, your volume, your speed, your space, speed or pace, your pitch, your tone. What is pitch in this? Can anybody tell me what's the pitch?
It's a loud voice or the
That is the loudness, that is the volume. Volume is different than the pitch. Patli आवाज और मोटी आवाज. For example, I say that the women have a high pitch normally, and that is one reason that whenever any kind of gathering is there, the announcers are chosen to be women because their voice reaches longer distance. I may be speaking in a low volume, but my voice is reaching at a farther distance. That is the pitch. So there has to be a modulation. I say hello. I say in the same way, hello. So I am trying to increase my pitch. Then walk around. Do not be stationary. If possible, try to be with the audience in your presentation. Ask question or have the audience fill in the continuously have interaction, involve the audience, ask questions, and you can have even fill in the blanks kind of handouts. Maybe in the beginning, maybe in the middle, maybe in the end. This will keep the attention of the. Now, starting the presentation itself, be introduced wherever. If there is nobody else to introduce you, you kindly introduce yourself. We'll be talking about that also a little bit in details. It's very important. And use attention grabbers, which I told you. Establish audience rapport at the start of the presentation. Your start is the most important thing. Create a transition into your main topic. Slowly, when you're in the few seconds you have told them about the main theme, then make a slow transition and create your arguments and your presentation towards the main theme again. This is also the starting point. What should the introducer do? Sometimes you may be the introducer, somebody is going to introduce. Very often than not, when I go for a formal presentation in a formal setting, I like to be introduced in a particular fashion. I tell them that I will like to be introduced in this way. I send them a writer and I ask them who's going to introduce me. I like to meet him or her first. Alright, is very important. The introducer, what he does or she does, he welcomes everyone and create an excitement. Give brief bio or intro of the presenter. List the speaker's outstanding qualification related to the topic which he or she is going to cover. I may be having so many outstanding achievements in my life, but I am here for a particular purpose. My qualification to talk on that issue that the presenter should talk about. That is very important here. Then generate applause and state the speaker's name. I here welcome so and so. Please give me a warm welcome to so and so. Let's give it up for so and so or whatever. Small thing. It looks very small, but then when it comes to practical, I have seen many people not able to do this very well. Attention grabbers. Start with a story. You may start with a story. You may be starting your presentation by startling facts, maybe quotation, maybe a dramatic gesture, maybe a very rhetoric question, even a joke. These are the some of the things people have tried. Depending on your presentation, depending on your expertise on any one of them, you may start like that. Reference to a current issue. For example, when I go for a lecture on water treatment, I like to refer to the current newspapers. How many people are suffering from diarrhea today morning or yesterday, and how it has created a kind of problem. Reference to the current issues. And maybe so and so person said so and so thing in his speech. What kind of results has taken place because of this speech? उसने ऐसा कह दिया, उसका ऐसे कहने से क्या हो रहा है अभी? So it's the important thing. Outline your opportunity to talk, get their attention, state the problem, present the solution, give them to visualize it, ask for a, give them a, these are the 6 points. These are the 6 points. I told you I will give you a model of making a presentation. This is a model. Get the attention, state the problem, present the solution, get them to visualize that solution, ask for a commitment that they are able to do this, and then give them a handout. I will give you an example on this. This is the example. Reality check. Here, in this example, what is your future? Ask the people, what is their future? Somebody may say that thrive and live a life of my dream. Somebody may say just survive and work to live. Somebody say rely on relations, or there can be any number of questions on this. Okay? Now you can state the problem. So they feel that something needs to be done. You must state the problem. The audience must have a feeling that something needs to be done. Now there is a problem with our food or eating habits. Recent studies show a decrease in nutrition value of the fruits and vegetables over the past 50 years. 5 साल पहले 50 साल पहले जो सेब के अंदर न्यूट्रिशन वैल्यू थी, आज के उस एप्पल में उतनी न्यूट्रिशन वैल्यू. Similarly, the wheat, similarly the vegetables. The total real output of processed food being purchased rose to 40% since 1972. People are nowadays going more and more on the processed food. Even in India, when we are having working women now, you cannot expect a woman to cook food for you 3 times in a day. The people are going for the processed food. USDA, the US Department of Agriculture, Food Pyramid recommends that in order to fulfill the body nutrition requirement, you require 2.5 cups of vegetable and 2 cups of fruit per day. You have stated the problem. If you want to be healthy, you must be taking nutritious food, and you are giving an authority, USDA, US Department of Agriculture. They have outlined that to minimum requirement आपकी है 2.5 कप सब्जी के, 2.5 कप फ्रूट के चाहिए. Who's going to have that much? कौन खाता है अभी आज के डेट में, को बताइए. 2 cups of fruit and 2.5 cups of. Now you have a feeling. अभी second sentence पे जाइए. So that they feel that something needs to be. Now something has to be done about it. Okay. Now present the solution. This is what you do to satisfy the need. Dr. Walter, chairman of the Department of Nutrition of Harvard University, Harvard School of Public Health, said that a recommendation for dietary supplement should be included as part of your. You are again now taking a quote from somebody who is authority in Harvard School. He said that it is okay to have a dietary supplements to compensate your loss of nutrition value over the years in the processed food. Okay? Get them to visualize it. I can see myself enjoying doing this. 1 packet, just 2 times. No need of having 2.5 cups of vegetables and 2 cups of fruit. 1 packet, 2 times per day. You see it every day on the TV ads, no? This is what they are trying to do. They're reaching out the audience. This model is being used by all kinds of audience, but you can easily correlate it to what the TV people are doing to you. Isn't it so?
Yes.
But then the ethics have to be there. But I'm just trying to give you an example here. How the presentation outcome क्या है इसका? Outcome क्या है? Outcome क्या है कि आपका people, the presenter here wants you to start buying and consuming those supplements. He is presenting the ideas in such a way, in just 5-6 seconds of ad, you are convinced that you must take the. You have authority of US Agriculture Department who says the nutrition value is low. You have authority of the Harvard University who says it's okay to have supplements, and I am giving you the solution. Isn't it so? Ask for a commitment. Yes or? Who doesn't want to be? Are you ready to feel great? You want to look great, live well, happy, energetic, alive, at the same time? Leave. Who doesn't want to have that? Ask for a commitment. For every kind of presentation, from a small example, you could understand the steps in presentation. When you talk in terms of you, what the audience like to have, then you are able to get on there. Get inspired to not only listen to you but start buying those packets. आप चाहे कन्विंस होना हो, आपकी जो यंगर जनरेशन है, जो आपके स्मॉल चिल्ड्रन, जो स्टूडेंट्स, वो भी आपको कहेंगे कि आप हमें ये चाहिए, ये पैकेट चाहिए. Then they give them the handouts. The handouts can be, various types. I will not go into the details. Key to success: memorize your first and last sentence very well. Rehearse on those first 2 sentences and last sentences. Practice in the mirror. Get yourself in the state of mind. I said, focus on one person in each area. आई कांटेक्ट मैंने बात करी. Then the feedback, my dear friends, is very important. Even if it's a very, very large audience, the example I'm going to show you, the feedback is very important. If the large audience, if you ask me to address 10,000 people in a gathering, in a very huge gathering, 15-20 की परेड होती है ना जैसे, उसमें भी feedback of the audience is very important. May not be every one of them, maybe one or two of them. And feedback is the key to any presentation or any communication skills. Now, a few points on the PowerPoint. I will not go into the details, but you can just read it very quickly here. These are the advantages and some bad points, some disadvantages of PowerPoint. It becomes portable, professional. You can add graphs. It can be very clear as compared to your handwriting on the blackboard or whiteboard. Can be used as a handouts later on, but it depends on technology. Maybe failure. Lack of audience contact sometimes, can't add to it on the spot many times. Overcrowding. If you understand the bad points, you can overcome them. That's why I'm showing you the bad points of the PowerPoint. PowerPoint tips, look at the audience, not on the slides. 9 out of 10 people make this mistake. Do not overcrowd your PowerPoints. On a single slide, how much matter should come, I will talk to you about that also. Pay attention to color and the layout. Print out the slides, so that technological failure are there, you can use the slides. Test beforehand. Font size and color. Spelling and grammar should be good. Design and contrast. Text, graphics and animation. What do you want to say? These are the points which you have to keep in mind. I will be talking in details about this. Fonts. These are the best fonts. Depending on your choice, these are the bent font sizes and font types. Bold typeface is preferred. Heading should be 36 point or larger. Text should be 28 point or larger. Bold is better than. In this sentence itself, you can see you are able to read bold more clearly than the standard. So try to understand this. Avoid italics as far as possible. If you want to highlight anything, underscore it, or enclosing it in the quotations, or bolding it, or using in different colors. But avoid. You can see the italics is difficult to read. Yes. Underscore is okay, using different colors is okay, or you can use the quotation marks, or maybe by bolding. The colors, avoid gray colors, backgrounds. In any case, the contrast should be coming out. You know, if it's dark background, light, but gray should be avoided at all costs. And red color, my dear friend, should be also avoided to the darkest. Red is not visible on the PowerPoint clearly. You can use that in the background, then maybe then lighter color. But as far as possible, do not use the red color unless you are using only the white background. The spelling should be use spell checker, but sometimes the spell checker can also give you wrong spelling. You have to be very cautious about the context in which you are using a particular word or a phrase. Sometimes you need to, dictionary. Do not worry about it. For example, loose is also all right, or LOST loose is also. Your dictionary, your spell check will both will show the right spelling, but in context, in what context you are using loose or, so that has to be seen. So do not get carried away by only the spell check. High contrast having good clarity. Black and white lines drawings are preferred over the grayscale graphics. I said that about that. Text on maps or figures should adhere to the large print guidelines. Sometimes if you are showing a figure or a graph, and if you are taking it from the net, उसके ऊपर जो वर्ड लिखे होते हैं टेक्स्ट लिखा होता है वो पूरा छोटे अक्षरों में लिखा होता है. So you have to be careful about that. People will not be able to read that. Clip art can be used, but photos looks more professional. You see the photo on the top of this graph also. It's a photo, not a clip art. You can see the busy backgrounds. It's a bad example of that, है So unless it is your presentation is demanding that, do not use many busy backgrounds, artistic backgrounds. Depending again on the context you're talking about, but the gray should be avoided and the busy background should be avoided. See the gray के क्या effect हो सकते हैं. Animation scheme, fly from the left. For example, this particular line is coming from the left. Your eyes are used to reading from left to right. Maybe peek from the left, wipe right. Should be avoided. Appear is okay, good animation. From bottom to top is a good animation. Not from top to. Now you see what happens. This is coming from top to bottom. When it was coming, it was hiding the. Maybe some audience is still on the point number 2 or 3. So left to right, from bottom to. Transition of your slides. Try to avoid animation as far as possible. People get lost into that jugglery of animation unless the subject is requiring for it. Okay? Keep it simple. No more than 3 different blocks of information on a single slide. Sometimes you make so many blocks on a particular slide. Use different slides. But if the subject is such that you require to have different blocks, then it's okay. But normally I would say do not go for more than 3 blocks of information. Or no more than total 7 individual lines of information on a particular slide. The general outlines I'm talking about. Then we are using when we are making a presentation, we make use of the flip charts and whiteboards. These are the good points about them, and these are some low points or the demerits of them. Low tech, easy to add, more contact with the audience, more interactive, can be used only once. Can't add graphics. Your handwriting will also matter. How you make use of the whiteboards and graphics, and can be hard or read or to see. As you're able to see very clearly, if I start writing on the whiteboard, some of you may not be able to see. This is the bad point. Do not hide. And these are the small tips I'm going to share with you on the flip charts and whiteboards. Do not hide when you're writing. Draw lines if needed. I would say here only one principle here. Then you are, as a teacher, we all use the whiteboard or the blackboard. Let me give you a small, some hint. There's a complete lecture only on this, how to make use of whiteboard and blackboard. But let me give you the main points in that. Can we come to this? Yes. When you are using a whiteboard, for example, if this is your whiteboard, I would say you divide it into 3 sections. Or a blackboard, you have 3 sections. At one point, you use the first left section. And then once you are completing up to down, then you can go to the second section. Do not rub off the first section. So people who want to take notes, they can refer to it. And the third section you reserve only for the feedback from the audience. If you are in between taking the feedback or you want to highlight something very, very important, then the third compartment, the third column can be used for that only. So that the students know that the important points are given on the right hand side of the book. And the left and the middle portion is used for the purpose of elaborating your points. Now we can go to the slides. Pay attention to the colors to be used. Then call again. Red markers should be avoided. Red markers should be avoided. call ahead of that to check the facilities available, and then stick to a few key points. Visual aids. We have been using a lot of visual aids nowadays. More and more people are using, let us say, videos. They use so many visual aids, so like charts, graphics, even the PowerPoints and all. This is the key in this. Can you read it? Not the stars of the show. Visual aids are not the stars of the show. You are the real star. You are the presenter. Let your visual aid not dominate the presentation. उन्होंने जादू कर दिया वहां पे पता नहीं क्या निकाल दिया ऐसा नहीं होना चाहिए. You know, all the time you are the real star. Visual aids are only the tools by which you can make your presentation a bit more effective. I will not go in the details now. Some of the slides because we have covered already. The design concepts are big, simple, and clear. Whether it is a blackboard, flip chart, or a slide, should be big enough, should be simple, should be clear. I have talked about this, so we will not go in the details. Last point मैंने नहीं cover करा था शायद से. Use a floor test. Go to the farthest point and see that everybody is able to see and read it what you want to see. Simple. I have talked about these things. Then the clear. See here, avoid overuse of. You are finding it hard to read red color, so it's demonstrated here. नीचे से ऊपर नहीं जाना चाहिए, उसको कट नहीं करना चाहिए. Then the too much of animation. You see, many students especially do this mistake, and the youngsters do this mistake. Beware of busy backgrounds. I told you about that. Then the clear. Sound should be avoided. They distract. I have talked to you about WHPI model. Why, how, and prove it already with examples. So I will not go in the details of this. Let me go to the slides, some other slide now, which is left out. I am avoiding the non-verbal cues of the presentation because we have already covered those things. Let me just come to the slide which I wanted to say. Speak with a conviction, introduction, body, and conclusion. We have talked about eye contact. We have talked about that. These are the points which you remember. Speak to the audience, listen to their question, respond to their reactions, adjust, and adapt. I have come to present like this, but based on the responses from the audience, you need to adjust and adapt, change your strategy midstream. Pauses, we have talked about that. I will not go in the details. Humor, wherever is appropriate, can be also added in the presentation. I have talked mostly about the tips also. I will not go in the details about this. But let me just come out some of the important things which probably you might not have covered to know. Know when to stop. पंचलाइन के बारे में मैंने बात करी. Body language हमने cover कर ली काफी हद तक, so I will be not covering in this. But then these are the points in that. Now here are the certain points I would like to share with you. That is about the tips for overcoming the nervousness. Each one of us, every time when we are making a presentation, every time I am going to the classroom even, there is a small element of nervousness which creates the butterflies in my stomach. Now here are some advice for conquering the fears of the, in the short term. They won't notice, know this very well. They won't. So don't be conscious of this. Rehearse, unfreeze the audience with a humor, look good. It gives you the confidence for it. Then scope out the environment, come to your presentation room the day before or on that particular day before. Talk to the audience before you come there. Memorize the sticky or the muddy points. The muddy points in your जहाँ पर अगर slippery है ज़्यादा उसको थोड़ा ज़्यादा memorize करने की ज़रूरत है आप. And then accept the fear, do not fight it. Accept the fear, do not fight it. Like in the swimming, we do not fight with the water, but we just push the water behind so that we are propelled in the front. So do not fear do not fight the fear. Just calm down. Practice the pauses. Avoid the PowerPoint crutch, that is a dependency. Work on your postures and body language. Fail often. If you have failed once or twice, doesn't matter. But then you learn from that. And you must know that everybody is able to, everybody fails sometime or the other. Maybe that may not be your particular day, may not be your day. You can tell yourself first. So we will be now going, beyond this because we have covered the PowerPoints already. Give us some hints for the students' presentation. Now about the question answers. About the question answer part of the presentation. And does anyone have any questions for my? Ask the question. Open the house for the questions, and then dealing with the question. Questions show that people were listening. Allow time to deal with them. Decide when to answer. Maybe on the spot. Maybe you require some time to answer their questions, their queries. Try to anticipate the question. Do not be afraid to stop and. Sometimes we, in the heat of the argument, we immediately give a wrong answer or something. Do not be afraid and just stop, think, and then answer. Then sometimes we do not begin the whole interactive session. Sometimes क्या होता है हम क्वेश्चन पूछते हैं, the speaker will start the whole lecture again. No, it should not happen. It shouldn't be beginning of the new interaction. It should be only small. Then you can ask the person that we will talk about that maybe later on, and you can give your contact on the time, separate time when everybody is able to get back to you for the full more details. Then opportunity to make a point. Sometimes you get a opportunity in the question session to make a point which you have missed out in your presentation. Most presentations pass or fail at this level. I will be giving you one again ABC of this question answer. I will not go into that. This golden rule you must remember. Golden rule is never argue with a member or a audience. If somebody is trying to instigate you to be in an argument in a question answer, you may have a eye contact with the person, but then slowly shift your eye contact to the other audience, and be neutral, but never argue with the audience. And what is the argument? I told you in the first lecture itself. Here itself, instead of argument, what you can do is look at the questioner who's asking, remain neutral and attentive. Listen to the whole question. Pause before you respond. Address the questioner. Then move your eyes to the other people. And remember this again, the golden rule for avoiding an argument or a difficult question. If you are not having answer to a question, apply this ABC rule. A stands for I can't answer that question. Say, because of this reason. But I can tell you this. ABC, simple. If you can't answer a question, ABC rule yaad rakhiye. I can't answer that question because of so and so reason, but I can tell you this. Then again, the recapitulation I told you is very important. And finally, my dear friends, enjoy yourself. The audience will be on your side, and want to hear what you have to say. Simplicity is the ultimate of sophistication. This is the try to make a presentation very simple. And make sure you have finished speaking before your audience has. And I understand my audience here and in the nodal centers are also in this body language now. The goal I have already set. I do not want you to have this kind of body language. Okay, go for it. Thank you so much. God be with you always. Any questions on presentation skills? This is a very vast subject, in fact. I didn't want to do it very hurriedly. This is a very vast subject. Any questions?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
In fact, I have two.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah. Sir, it is on walk around. Should a presenter walk around without any purpose?
It should not be. All your gestures, going around or moving with the audience, part of your gesture.
So I think, like for me, a presenter, if he or she is moving unnecessarily, it is a sign of nervousness. So, what is your view about that?
No, my view is not sign of nervousness. It will depend on many conditions, many situations, and I would prefer personally, if I am in a class, sometimes I would like to go in the class and go very close to the audience, do so many things. It will also make the person, little, I would say, come alive if he is sleeping, or you can actually check what he is doing on his notebooks. Is he drawing your figure or is he drawing a figure you want him to draw? It will depend on certain situations.
Yeah, if I have to write something on board, then that the movement is allowed. But
Yes.
person who is moving from here to there unnecessarily, that's not. It doesn't look nice. Second question, actually, it's not my question. Somebody is asking that question from the audience.
Yes.
The question is, it is how to begin with rhetoric. That was about rhetoric question. It was on rhetoric question. So it's a rhetoric question. It was one of the points, like how to begin with a rhetoric question. There are many things. Like you can begin with a quotation. You can begin with a question.
It will again depend on the contents or your key points, your presentation. But it is a good idea to your first few sentences should also, number one, talk about the key message. Number one. Number two, it should be inspiring people that why should they listen to you? Why it is important to them? You relate to them. You can start to get their attention. I give you some attention grabbers. Maybe a story, maybe a current issue, maybe a joke, maybe a quotation, maybe anything. Depending on the situation, it will vary. But the audience their attention must be grabbed before you start making a presentation.
That we could understand. But one of the participants, he was asking that how rhetoric questions.
Rhetoric question is in the minds of so many people. For example, the example I gave you. Nowadays, it is in vogue that everybody wants to look thinner, healthier, and all that. Oh, and then the question is, where do you want to be? How do you want to visualize yourself 20 years from hence? That is a rhetoric question.
So, sir, it means that we have to be louder, or we should give any, we should create a confused state.
Yeah, we have to reach the concern, the need, the interest of the audience. If it is not there, then generate that interest.
Okay, thank you very much, sir.
Yes. Thank you. Any question? I have only now. We are only now 4-5. I request all of you to kindly listen to and watch this video. This is a one of the best presentations I have come across. This is a victory speech given by Barack Obama on his victory over the elections. The title of the speech is "Yes, We Can," and see his body language, how he's presenting, the pauses, the feedback from the audience. Everything which I have spoken about is covered largely in this presentation, and a large gathering. He is not only addressing the Americans, he is addressing the whole nations across the boundaries of the nations. So if you are hearing him today, so it means he was reaching out to you also. So let us listen to that as an example to the good presentation. Can you go to that, please?
Yes, sir.
There will be
setbacks and false starts. There are many who won't agree with every decision or policy I make as president. And we know the government can't solve every problem. But I will always be honest with you about the challenges we face. I will listen to you, especially when we disagree. And above all, I will ask you to join in the work of remaking this nation the only way it's been done in America for 221 years. Block by block, brick by brick, calloused hand by calloused hand. What began 21 months ago in the depths of winter cannot end on this autumn night. This victory alone is not the change we seek. It is only the chance for us to make that change. And that cannot happen if we go back to the way things were. It can't happen without you, without a new spirit of service, a new spirit of sacrifice. So let us summon a new spirit of patriotism, of responsibility, where each of us resolves to pitch in and work harder and look after not only ourselves but each other. Let us remember that if this financial crisis taught us anything, it's that we cannot have a thriving Wall Street while Main Street suffers. In this country, we rise or fall as one nation, as one people. Let's resist the temptation to fall back on the same partisanship and pettiness and immaturity that has poisoned our politics for so long. Let's remember that it was a man from this state who first carried the banner of the Republican Party to the White House, a party founded on the values of self-reliance and individual liberty and national unity. Those are values that we all share. And while the Democratic Party has won a great victory tonight, we do so with a measure of humility and determination to heal the divides that have held back our progress. As Lincoln said to a nation far more divided than ours, we are not enemies, but friends. Though passion may have strained, it must not break our bonds of affection. And to those Americans whose support I have yet to earn, I may not have won your vote tonight, but I hear your voices. I need your help, and I will be your president too. And all those watching tonight from beyond our shores, from parliaments and palaces, to those who are huddled around radios in the forgotten corners of the world, our stories are singular, but our destiny is shared. And a new dawn of American leadership is at hand. To those who would tear the world down, we will defeat you. To those who seek peace and security, we support you. And to all those who have wondered if America's beacon still burns as bright, tonight we proved once more that the true strength of our nation comes not from the might of our arms or the scale of our wealth, but from the enduring power of our ideals, democracy, liberty, opportunity, and unyielding hope. That's the true genius of America. That America can change. Our union can be perfected. What we've already achieved gives us hope for what we can and must achieve tomorrow. This election had many firsts and many stories that will be told for generations, but one that's on my mind tonight is about a woman who cast her ballot in Atlanta. She is a lot like the millions of others who stood in line to make their voice heard in this election, except for one thing. Ann Nixon Cooper is 106 years old. She was born just a generation past slavery, a time when there were no cars on the road or planes in the sky, when someone like her couldn't vote for two reasons, because she was a woman and because of the color of her skin. And tonight, I think about all that she's seen throughout her century in America, the heartache and the hope, the struggle and the progress, the times we were told that we can't, and the people who pressed on with that American creed, yes, we can. At a time when women's voices were silenced and their hopes dismissed, she lived to see them stand up and speak out and reach for the ballot. Yes, we can. When there was despair in the Dust Bowl and depression across the land, she saw a nation conquer fear itself with a new deal, new jobs, a new sense of common purpose. Yes, we can. When the bombs fell on our harbor and tyranny threatened the world, she was there to witness a generation rise to greatness and a democracy was saved. Yes, we can. She was there for the buses in Montgomery, the hoses in Birmingham, a bridge in Selma, and a preacher from Atlanta who told the people that we shall overcome. Yes, we can. A man touched down on the moon. A wall came down in Berlin. A world was connected by our own science and imagination. And this year, in this election, she touched her finger to a screen and cast her vote. Because after 106 years in America, through the best of times and the darkest of hours, she knows how America can change. Yes, we can. America, we have come so far. We have seen so much, but there's so much more to do. So tonight, let us ask ourselves, if our children should live to see the next century, if my daughters should be so lucky to live as long as Ann Nixon Cooper, what change will they see? What progress will we have made? This is our chance to answer that call. This is our moment. This is our time to put our people back to work and open doors of opportunity for our kids, to restore prosperity and promote the cause of peace, to reclaim the American dream and reaffirm that fundamental truth that out of many we are one, that while we breathe, we hope, and where we are met with cynicism and doubt and those who tell us that we can't, we will respond with that timeless creed that sums up the spirit of a people. Yes, we can. Thank you. God bless you. And may God bless the United States of America.
I hope that at the nodal centers you were able to have a good view and listen to the video also. This was only a 7-point, I think, 14 minutes of speech, and this man was addressing the nations, talking about the basic concerns from the equality, about the poverty, about the progress, about the terrorism. You name any theme which he has not talked about, and all age groups, all colors, all religions he has been addressing about. and the voice modulation, the use of the rostrum, the podium, his gestures, his articulation, his pronunciation. Even if we are not familiar with the American accent, each one of you were able to listen to each and every word which he was able to pronounce and articulate. I mean, all those things. And each one of us have a capacity, and we can all be as good orators, as good presenters in our classrooms, in our seminars, in all public speaking occasions, provided we are well prepared. And don't think that he was talking extempore. He was well prepared for this speech. With these words, my dear friends, I like to close this session with the request to all the participants and my nodal centers that kindly be present tomorrow morning, that is Thursday at 9:30. We have one of the most important sessions on writing skills. We all fumble at when it comes to writing. बोलने में गलतियां होगी तो कोई रिकॉर्ड नहीं कर रहा ना हमारी बात को, लेकिन लिखने में जो हम गलतियां करते हैं, they are permanently there. And writing skills are very important in communication in all walks of life. And we have a writer, Madam Smriti Jindal, who came on the first day. She will be talking about that, and her lectures on writing skills are very well appreciated by most of the participants. And she herself is a writer. And then we are having two important sessions on report writing and group discussions also tomorrow. So this is the important thing. One last announcement I like to make. I must congratulate the director and the nodal centers at NIET Greater Noida. They are the first ones and the only ones who have given me the list of participants and wonderful feedback on the listening exercise. I must congratulate them. But at the same time, I will request other nodal centers to kindly send me the list of the participants in the word format. विपिन जी, आप भी अपनी लिस्ट को वर्ड फॉर्मेट में करके भेज दीजिए मेरे को. बाकी लोग भी अपनी लिस्ट ऑफ पार्टिसिपेंट as it should appear, the name should appear in your certificates. Kindly send me the list of participants by tomorrow positively, and also the feedback on the listening skills. Thank you. Enjoy your evening. We'll meet tomorrow at 9:30.